Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Monday, June 13th, 2022. It is an absolutely beautiful day here in Manatee County, and I want to welcome you to a workshop. It is a budget workshop with all of the constitutional officers of Manatee County here today. We're going to start the way we always do. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. So we have Pastor Guy Glass of Bethany Baptist Church here to deliver the invocation, after which Manatee County Sheriff Rick Wells will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able, please stand at this time.
Would you bow in prayer with me, please? Father God, we thank you for the privilege and opportunity to be able to be here today. We are reminded that apart from the issues of redemption and eternity, there is nothing more precious, nothing more spoken about in the Word of God than finances and the right use of them. And so today, Lord, as this committee is here together to look at one particular area, that of the protection of our community, of our county, of our people, Lord. There were times when the Scriptures told us to turn our swords into plowshares, and there were times when the Scriptures said to do the opposite and to beat our plowshares into swords. Lord, we pray that the decisions that are made here today concerning the budget for our judicial officials, for our sheriff's department, for all of these that minister for the safety and protection of our people, that wise decisions would be made. For we know, Lord, that you seek to protect those that are most needy and most in need. And so, Father, I ask for discretion and for wisdom for the decisions that are made, for the communications that are shared here, Lord, and for an outcome that not only serves the community here of Manatee, but also honors you in each decision. I ask this in Jesus' name and for his sake. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Dr. Hopes to start walking us through today's agenda. Dr. Hopes?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This morning, we are going to be presenting the constitutional officers budget. And for our first, the CFO will introduce the Honorable Rick Wells, Manatee County Sheriff.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney, and citizens out there, and constitutional officers and judicial officials. Today, we are presenting all the budgets for the constitutional and judicial programs, and with us today as our first presenter will be the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, Rick Wells.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you all so much for having me, Dr. Hopes. The Manatee County Sheriff's Office has submitted a budget request of $171.7 million to you, to the county administrator. And basically what we're doing, Commissioners, as you are doing, as we all try to do, we're trying to keep up with the growth. Most of this funding is going to be on an 8% increase in salary. It also will fund new positions, 20 new positions. 10 will be from the law enforcement side. We will have 5 correction deputies in there as well, 1 technical service unit detective, and basically that is going to be your homeless outreach detective. We have a payroll specialist, a fleet mechanic, and 1 custodian. I talked to Dr. Hopes this morning. The new jail medical contract that you may be aware of, we opened that up for bid several months ago. Yes Care won that bid. As you know, we have NAFCare in there now. They did not win the bid. So there was a discrepancy. Dr. Hopes was not really sure what the contract was going to entail. That's why you see $6.3 million in there. The actual price for the jail medical contract will be $9.4. It's a full risk contract. It includes the mental health side, suicide prevention, and all of the expensive drugs that are needed inside of a jail medical, HIV, Hep C, et cetera. If you go back several years ago when we had caps with jail medical, we would end up having to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars over what we were intending to. We were also trying to keep the pharmacy numbers under control and also the hospital bills, which is really what hurts you the most when you are dealing with jail medical. When they go to the hospital, we've had several that have spent many weeks in there. So we have been working on trying to reduce that cost and not have any surprises. And that's what we've done with this contract. Any questions on that part?
Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you, Sheriff. So the company that we have now is NAFCare?
NAFCare.
But you selected, what was the company?
Yes Care.
Yes Care?
Yes Care. It used to be Horizons back in the day.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Now, the formulary, the prescription formulary, so they're not going to go over and above, and the county won't get dinged on that, correct? I mean, okay, so they got to stick by their formulary, and they pay for the drugs.
That's right. That's why we went with the full risk.
Good. Transport, we still, does that include the transport when you transport them to the hospitals and all the other places you got at doctor's offices?
We still have to do all that.
Okay.
But it's covered as far as the contract, the funding won't be added.
And negotiating with the hospitals, I know, like for dialysis patients that are illegal aliens and they have to have dialysis forever, the hospitals negotiate fees with the providers, so you're not paying actually what's being charged. So will you be doing that?
Dr. Hopes is going to be working on that.
Okay, so you'll be doing that? Okay, good. Okay, and $9 million is what it is now. It was 6.7, but by the end of it, we always had to pay extra because of all the drugs.
That 6.3 was really just for the 6 months
Right.
that we added to the NAFCare contract as we went through the competitive bid process.
Good. So this actually is probably what we'd end up paying anyway, but now we're assured that it can't really go any higher.
That's
Good.
exactly right.
Thank you. Good job. Now, you are overseeing, from before, I know the county was involved, but you're doing the jail medical, right? We're providing you the space, and then we're helping you probably with the contract or whatever? I don't know. We haven't
Yes,
been
ma'am.
told. Okay,
Yes,
good. Finally. Thank you.
Also
Thank you,
want
Commissioner.
go ahead. You got
Oh, I
more
have
questions?
Commissioner Bellamy and then Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Bellamy?
She's not finished.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, I was going to keep going, but I forgot about all the questions that will
We have a running tally
assume
here.
me here.
Yeah.
So let's go.
Well, so my question is, we requested the 9.4 and we got the 6.3, and this took place as the contract is completed, or this just, how did that go from 9.4 to 6.3?
Well, if you remember back last year, there were some issues that the county was having with NAFCare. There were some disagreements on the caps. So we chose not to extend that contract, but everything kind of, with the new county administrator and us trying to make sure that we were opening this up to a competitive bid, we had to extend 6 months instead of a year. So we gave them 6 months, and it was a 6-month contract, full risk contract with NAFCare. That's why it had the 6.3. Basically, it was a half a year. Does that answer your question?
Not really, but I'll see a little bit more.
Yeah, I might be able to give you a shot at it. So when we extended NAFCARE's contract for January through June to allow the sheriff an opportunity to go out for a competitive procurement, NAFCARE gave a proposal of a full risk contract for those 6 months, but it excluded a number of the very expensive pharmaceuticals. And so the starting point for the budget was an annualized amount that was in that NAFCARE extension, and that was $6.3 million. They obviously have come back to us to look for additional fees, but this allowed the sheriff time to do a competitive bid. We helped prepare the document for him, and they went through an extensive review. and opted for the contract with YesCare that has no carve-outs. It is a full at-risk contract that is fixed at the $9.4 million mark, regardless of the number of inmates, regardless of the number of hospitalization, regardless of the hepatitis C drugs. So it's predictable, and it's a very fair proposal.
I guess, so what I'm looking at with the increases, it seems like the amount of recommended has decreased based on, unless I'm misreading it, and I know how I am sometimes. I'm looking at the chart, it says requested for the FY 2023 is 9.45. However, we're recommending a 6.3. And with the increase and with the contract negotiations and based on inflation and things like that, I'm just curious, I'll use your word, how did that carve out take place? I'm just curious.
No, as I mentioned, the starting amount in our budget was before they had completed the procurement. So as a placeholder, we put in the existing contract that was in place that expires June 30. It was a placeholder allowing the sheriff the opportunity to complete the competitive procurement, and we just received the draft agreement this morning.
So we're expecting some more changes.
No, we expect to amend the sheriff's budget to include the $9.4 million for the YesCare contract, which they are about to execute.
Is that all, sir?
For now, sir.
All right, Commissioner Cruz and then Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, where was the jail medical in the budget prior to this?
It was in the county's budget. It was not in the sheriff's budget.
Okay, because when I'm looking at this, it almost feels like I'm looking at apples and oranges here. We're talking about the increase being requested.
You are, because this is full risk, and the prior contract was not full risk.
Understood. I'm just saying, like, we're over here talking about X% increase in a budget year over year, but it's not really accurate to say that because a big chunk of that increase, a huge chunk of that increase, is expenses we otherwise already had. It's not really an increase. It's a transfer of liability from the county to the sheriff's budget. That money existed out of taxpayer dollars someplace. Right. So that's not really an increase. That's an increase in Sheriff Wells' budget, but not the county budget.
Correct.
Because I'm looking at this. Last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, we just got this, the sheriff's budget increased 12%, roughly, 12.5%. If I take the same percent increase, and let's be honest, I think a lot of us agree that the sheriff's budget was probably underfunded for a while, and we're somewhat playing catch up. You look at the narrative that was sent a few weeks ago, and we have like 1.3, sheriff employees as opposed to 1.7 or something like that in the state. So we're already underemploying our sheriff's department. But even with that, the same 12% increase this year would imply a budget of $165.6 million from last year. But that's before the medical, because the medical wasn't in there last year. So if I add the medical in there, we're already over $170 million just for a straight line increase year over year. So I'm just trying to figure out, because our county budget, which is, let's be honest, frivolous stuff in a lot of cases. I mean, it's niceties, and I like having them, but it's not keeping somebody from being mugged in the street. You know, we have to set our priorities of what's first priority, what's second priority, what does government have to fund versus want to fund. You know, our budget went up 11.2% this year across things from libraries to you name it. I mean, little things like that, which are great, but not necessary in a time of inflation. So even if we just took the same budget from last year and increased it the same that we're saying we're going to increase our own budget, and take the employees and increase their salaries the same as we're saying we're increasing our employees, and take their health care and say we're budgeting the same as ours, it seems like the original request, and yeah, maybe there's a few line items that I don't see here because this is pretty detailed, but it seems like the original request isn't unreasonable relative to a trend of cost, because I don't feel like this is an extended, overinflated budget request if you look at what we did last year versus this year, and then you add back in that medical. So I look at this and it's like, what are we cutting out? And I'm asking, I guess, each of you, because you're going to have different opinions, obviously. What are we cutting out of here that shouldn't be cut out? Because I don't look at the request versus last year as being an unreasonable request. There may be individual line items that seem unreasonable. I know last year we talked about that hot air balloon. It was a joke. It was a joke from a video that But, is there anything in here that's being cut out in your opinion or your opinion that either should or shouldn't? Because the absolute dollars don't bother me whatsoever.
No, we're not, and we treated the jail medical separate from his budget and the budget request. And so last year, the sheriff got around 40% of all the new revenue that came in, which was the largest increase he's had. We set it at 40% this year. We expect to add from our recommended budget the $3.1 million for the jail medical contract. And then when we get the July numbers, we expect to increase his budget to meet his request of, I think it was about 2 million more?
We got about
think?
2 million that we're still working on.
So we haven't eliminated anything. It was just part of the process of going through, allowing them to finalize the contract, decide what they needed with regards to the additional corrections officers, et cetera. So we anticipate meeting the sheriff's requested budget.
Commissioner Baugh, and then County Attorney. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I heard you say, Sheriff, that we just received the draft agreement this morning from Jail Medical. And so, Dr. Hopes, you have that, and we can take a look at it. Okay. My question is on the additional, with everything being covered this time, which I think is very smart to do it that way. My question is, after we've done that, say, for a year, is there anything in the agreement where we go back and we kind of look at that and we can adjust that figure if it's less than what we're expecting? Doubt that it will be, but just in case.
Yeah, this is going to be a 5-year contract. Is that right, Neil? A 3-year contract. So, after those 3 years.
Okay.
Then,
and then we'll look at it.
Then we can look at it again and see.
Okay.
I'll just tell you to be cautious.
Yeah.
Because we've had years where we've had serious medical issues with many inmates. And those bills, they stack up.
Go up even higher.
Right, they
Yeah,
stack up.
I
And when
know
you've got
that.
3 inmates in the hospital for weeks, we, 2 years ago, we had a couple of inmates that we thought they were going to die 4 different times. But they lived, thank God, and they came back to the jail, but they were in the hospital for 7 or 8 weeks.
That takes me to my next question, as a matter of fact. I know that we've gone over and over almost every year about the inmates that have health insurance and they can't use it when they're in the jail, and that's a state-regulated item. Has there been any changes on that to your knowledge or anything? I know we've tried several times.
Yeah, not to my knowledge. We have asked the healthcare providers to continue to work on that, to try to get as much, if anything, if they can, from those that we know have health insurance, but we haven't heard that even being a possibility.
It's actually a federal
is it
code.
federal?
Yes, unfortunately.
So the state then can't do anything. Why have we gone to the state then before?
I don't agree with
On
that.
that.
I don't agree with that mechanism in place. I think if you have health insurance, no matter where you're at, if we can save the county taxpayers some money, we should be able to tap into that. But
And I would think our taxpayers would totally agree with you on that. So,
Well-
Dr. Hopes, maybe it's something this year, our federal lobbyist and our state lobbyist, we need to work on that.
Yeah, and it's
'Cause
something
that's-
I've actually worked on for probably 10 years. And
And I
it's,
know that FAC has been involved in that.
well, and
in
it
the
also
past.
would also save counties money because those insurance contracts have negotiated rates that are usually better than the rates you can get through the jail contracts. If you take Medicaid, there was one year where we were successful in getting legislation in the state budget that put a cap to what hospitals could charge the Department of Corrections and the county jails. But it's something that many people are working on, and I think that's an excellent suggestion that we add it to our federal agenda this coming year.
And my last statement, I just want to make sure I understand that the difference between the 6.3 and 9.4, that's going to be taken care of in the future as we move forward in this budget
Yes, ma'am.
process. Is that
Yes,
correct,
ma'am.
Sheriff?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The order of the board is Clegg, Whitmore, Bellamy. Mr. Clegg.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I just respectfully would like to remind the board that last December, we were at a point with the NAFCARE contract where it was about to expire, and we had pretty limited options. And when I went around and talked to each of you, and we talked about the structure in Manatee County being different from most local governments, and that the contract was a contract between the county and the provider, and put a lot of staffing issues and liability issues on us. When we sat down with the sheriff agreed to change that. And so what you see now is his department taking complete responsibility for managing that contract, which puts us in the role of basically just funding it, which is what you see in other local governments. So from the legal standpoint, I mean, that's kind of a sigh of relief moment for me as county attorney, probably not for Sheriff Wells, but it does make things follow best practices, and it also does significantly reduce the staffing costs on the county as well for administering this contract. It is not an easy thing to do. It is a challenging area. There's a lot of liability. You have to do it. It's a federal constitutional requirement to provide health care for inmates, and it's a very, very difficult and expensive area. So from my standpoint, this is a significant and legally positive change for the county, but obviously it also comes with costs. But that's the cost of doing business as a political subdivision in the modern age. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
And I have sat on the FAC board regarding this very issue for at least 3 years. And it, we as a state supported it. Federal, we have Senator Rick Scott. I mean, we could just get in his ears about this, because we shouldn't. This counties and the state shouldn't be paying when these people have insurance. And a lot of people do. But I did also want to bring up, administrating, when you were talking about those patients, Sheriff, about the long term, and I actually had brought it up during one of the cases around here because nobody here knew about it. But there is a comprehensive acute care hospital in Sarasota that takes patients on vents and everything, where all hospitals send them. And I had brought that to our attention, but it was a little too late. But I don't know if somebody in this world will just keep that in mind. And it's called PAM, P-A-M, and you can negotiate prices with them, with the clients. And it's so much cheaper than the hospitals. I mean, it'll break you. It'll break all of us in the hospital. So look at that. But I'll hopefully somebody in your departments will remember that, and I'll get you the information.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy is off the board, so, sir, I think we have completed the jail medical portion of your presentation.
So I'm going to leave you with this on that part. So I take that very seriously, that responsibility. So we want to be more involved on the mental health side. We want to be able to take those inmates that can now be guided into the new mental health court that we will be starting with the public defender and also with the state attorney. We have the recovery pods in there to try to help those with drug addiction. So and suicide prevention. So we're doing a lot of work in there. It's my responsibility, and hopefully we can help them as much as possible. So. All right, so next I'll just go over a few of the costs that we are having to deal with this year. On the retirement side, the special risk is gone from 25.89 to a 27.83%. Last year it was 10.83 on the regular class on the civilians. That's now going to be 11.91. So that we have a lot of special risk employees, obviously, with on the law enforcement side and corrections side. So that's a significant increase. And then also with the health insurance, an 8% increase on our side. So we continue to try to make it as easy for you as I can. Not coming in here asking for wants. These are needs, and just trying to keep up with the inflation and everything else we have going on. And just like you, we are continuing to battle the fuel cost. We're making significant changes within the agency, everyone except for the deputies. We can't keep deputies in parking lots. They got to patrol. So we're doing everything on the back end to try to keep those costs down.
Commissioner Bellamy and Commissioner Baugh and Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Bellamy.
And maybe it's just me, and I just want a real fundamental understanding based on what I'm looking at. where there was, and we all here, the board, and where I know especially for me, I can't speak for the other 6, we put public safety out in front of us, and there's a request for one thing, although there's a recommendation for another, and we have a few more issues with jail medical that's going to come out, but I'm still not understanding if we put public safety first, how we go from 171 to 166. Can the sheriff explain that to me, or can someone explain that to me? How the sheriff requested 171 million, and we are recommending that? I need somebody to explain that to me, because I'm lost.
It is the $3.1 million difference
Right, so I did
in the
that
jail
math.
medical, and then
Right.
an additional $2 million difference in
That's the one I didn't get.
other funds.
That's the one that I didn't get.
Right. And the sheriff and I and Commissioner Baugh met this morning to work through the timeline of making those changes now that we know what the June 1 revenue estimate is and what we expect the July 1 revenue estimate to be. We will be able to fully fund the sheriff's request.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
I think she's
Commissioner
before me.
Servio, and then Commissioner Ball.
Commissioner
Oh,
Service.
sorry, I didn't know I was up. You know, I was hoping to hear your full presentation and then go to questions, but it seems like you're letting out 2 sentences and we're jumping on you with questions. So
That's all right.
So let me just ask you a few questions. You talked about fuel, and I think you're budgeting for $4 a gallon. Is that correct? And we're at $5 a gallon. So
Well, you can always pray for the best.
Right.
We are not trying to budget for $5 a gallon. I mean, I think we have to make the necessary changes on the back end and hope that those gas prices start to come down. I mean, that's going to be a significant increase in this budget if we start to budget for $5 a gallon. But I will be more than happy to do that. So we're trying to be, responsible here on our end, cut down fuel costs as much as we can, eliminate some unnecessary travel, and a lot of the deputies that have to drive the bigger trucks, we're trying to limit that, keep the diesel down. So we're just trying to do our part.
Right.
Additionally on that, the sheriff has begun using our fueling sites because we're increasing our capacity. There was a time when the market was such that he was getting better pricing through the various retail markets, but now with our purchasing and increasing our capacity for fuel storage, it's more cost beneficial to the sheriff to begin using, which he has, the county fueling sites.
yeah, that's a great improvement. I appreciate that. Okay, can we talk about homeless coordination? And so last year, I think, did you add 1 or 2 positions for homeless outreach? I don't remember.
We added one. That's been filled by Deputy Becky Willman. She now works with Deputy Jewett.
Okay.
And the case manager for that is being funded by the commission. You have picked that up on the county side. So they will help us tremendously as well, this case manager.
Okay. Is Deputy Joy Jewett is keeping up with what she needs to do? I want to make sure she has the support that she needs.
She does.
Okay.
And look, there may be a time when we have to come back and we may have to add another. What we're trying to do is we're trying to take all the resources that we have available right now between us and the county and see if we can, make a difference.
Okay. Let's talk about SROs and school guardians. The numbers are going down. Can you tell us about that?
The only thing I can tell you is that we were approached by the school board, and their recommendation is to take the SRO from Palm View, K through 8, and to put a guardian at that location, which will be funded by them. They want the deputy that is funded at MTC to be removed, and they're going to put 2 guardians there. They wanted to also eliminate the operating expenses that all of you voted on several years ago that needed to be included in that contract. So I've talked to Dr. Hopes about that. They also wanted to eliminate one of the sergeant's positions that I have over the SROs. I cannot do that. And why that's critical is, so we have 19 SROs in Manatee County that are my responsibility. But even though there are guardians at the elementary schools, we are responsible for conducting an active shooter drill in every school in Manatee County once a month. So I need those sergeants to be able to go to those elementary schools and the other schools and assist with that. So that's where we're at right now, but those are the only positions that have been cut from my SRO budget.
Okay, and can you please explain the 8% increase? You guys usually do a market analysis, right? And so you've done that, and
Yes.
that's the number that you found is required, 8%.
It's more than that. We're going with the 8% this year. It's already a significant increase. So we
Okay.
went, it really, actually, it should be about 11. But once again, we're going to be conservative. We went with 8. We knew that the county was going with a 7.4, I think. We're just trying to keep up with not only the other law enforcement agencies that are increasing their salaries, but also our civilian staff is very important to us. And we are well below market value in a lot of those positions.
Right, and can you tell us a little bit more about the mental health diversion program and the status of that?
No, I cannot.
You don't?
I mean, we are waiting for the state attorney
Okay.
and the public defender to get that ball rolling. I think we're close. I don't know if we've started yet. I know it'll be very important, though, to Manatee County.
Yeah, very important for sure. Okay, did I have anything else here? When is the appropriate time to talk about capital expenditures for you? Are you here to talk about that today, or would you rather discuss that tomorrow? Like, for example, fleet services.
We can talk about it now. I mean, I'm not coming back tomorrow, just so you know.
Okay,
All
okay.
right, so if you want to
All
talk,
right, so
you got me right now, so this is the time to talk.
So can you tell us, please, the latest on your fleet maintenance facility?
Sure.
Okay.
Been working with Charlie and Charlie Bishop and the county administrator. We have decided that the Piney Point location off of Buckeye would be a suitable spot for us. They've already started the design and getting everything worked up now. So that's where Lord help us. That should be the spot for us.
Okay, so if I remember last year, the county invested $3 million, I think, in a fleet services facility at the Lena Road location. Have we now taken that $3 million and put it back in our budget? Or put it towards Piney Point? What happened to
I'm
the
not
$3
aware of
million?
any of that.
You gotta ask them, man, not me.
It just transferred over. It's in design now, and then we hope to start construction this calendar year.
So that $3 million that we allocated last year will go to this new facility in Piney Point, and you'll show us that in the budget. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the substations, Sheriff? Do you have enough substations? Are they all operating? Didn't you have a mold issue at one of them?
We had an issue with the Lakewood Ranch location. That was a modular home that was put up there during some construction that we were able to obtain. So that became unlivable. So we're out of that location right now. We are working with Dr. Hopes on building a 5,000 square foot facility off of Ridgeway, Charlie. I think it's off.
Out of Premier.
Yeah, so we are working on that. We're also working in the future. We will take our D3 location by Cracker Barrel off of 64, and we'll move that around Chin or Moxonwalla. What did we decide?
Moxonwalla and
Moxonwalla 301. With all that, so that's our true north side district anyway. So we'll put that over there with all the growth going on north of the river with Parrish and everything. We'll put that substation there.
So out in Lakewood Ranch, you have the facility you had to move out of and the new facility. Did we get out of the contract on the mold facility, or are we still paying for both?
I don't know where.
Go ahead, Charlie.
The letter was sent last week. We're dealing with SMR right now to vacate the premises. Per the contract, it was a 6-month notice, but we're in negotiations to eliminate the contract now. But it hasn't been finalized.
Okay, great. And you'll let us know about that. Okay, I think that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I would appreciate just a little bit better communication because I got an interview. East County Observer had called me and asked me about Lena and then about the facility, fleet maintenance. And he told me that he didn't think it was going where I thought it was going. I thought it was going to Lakewood Ranch. So I called the sheriff, and I told you guys this at the meeting last week. I called the sheriff. I said, where is it going? Because I don't know. And we've got millions being transferred, but it would be nice if the commissioners knew about it because I didn't have an answer for him. But I got it confirmed from you, so thank you. The $3 million was transferred to, and I remember all this, it went to Lakewood Ranch. So I would like to hear from Sheila that even though people are saying this, I would like to make sure that the $3 million, we still have it. And is the $3 million for design or something? And I mean, it sounds like we're already building it. And
No, it's in design
It's on the
and
10.
engineering.
I'm going to want to hear from Sheila, but the 10 acres is, in all due respect, I mean, she's doing the budget, but the 10 acres, I heard it was on 10 acres, and that would be enough for the sheriff, which is fine. It's way on the north side of the county. I mean, it's almost on the line, which is fine. But I just wanted to make sure that bookkeeping-wise, we're right, that everything's in order.
So Dr. Hopes is right. The $3 million was mostly to purchase the land of it. And there's some behind-the-scenes actions that we have to take because we bought some of that with growth dollars. I need to
Impact
confirm
fees?
that, but with the general fund, with the change of that, we would have to change the funding source in itself with general revenues. So that's the transaction we can do just to take it back to reserves and take it out of general fund, no problem.
Okay, so we just have to do that paperwork. So the $3 million was to buy the property. Are we going to use that $3 million to buy the property at Buffalo Creek, where the Piney Point is, so he can build his
We already own the property. We took it
I'm
in a
asking.
tax.
Okay, okay.
I'm sorry. I mean,
So what are we going to do with the $3 million then? Do we know yet? Just put it in reserve or?
It'll
we'll
go back to reserves.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
That's all I got, y'all. Bang away,
I got a couple of.
whatever you got.
Commissioner Ball.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow, this is going to be a fun day. The fuel, I'm glad that you're finally getting, that's already started where you're getting the fuel from the county, is that
Yes,
correct?
we started that several weeks ago, just
Good.
trying to anticipate the fact that we saw on the commercial side, even though we used to have a really good deal,
Yeah.
that was no longer the case. So we really started to check with your fleet directors, and once we got to that point where we knew we could save money, we started going to the county
Excellent.
side.
Excellent. And then the SROs, I don't, I need to concentrate, and you're bothering me. The SROs, I don't understand why the school board would want to discontinue that program, especially, or not discontinue the program, but in some locations, you know, with everything that has transpired, I have to question that decision.
We were told that it had something to do with the funding they have lost and the Safe Schools funding that they receive every year. But that's what we were told. So
It would seem to me that that would be their number one priority is safety of our students. But then again, I'm not on the school board. I don't understand that, and I don't want to understand that. Thank you for that. I mean, their budget is huge, and they're getting a massive increase of revenue this year, and they're going to discontinue. Anyway, the substations, I knew that, I knew what was going on with that. And I think it's great, and I'm glad you're going to be at Moccasin Wallow too, because that's a great location. I think that from what I'm gathering, the substations are going to be better locations because of the population, the growth that we've seen, than what you've had in the past.
yeah, you can thank
So-
your staff for that.
I know.
They've been out there
I-
looking and
Yeah.
trying to jump ahead of this.
Yeah, and so I'm really happy to hear about that. I know that, on 64 and so forth, you really do need to be out toward Moccasin Wallow in that
Absolutely.
area. So that's really good news. All right, Sheriff, well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think most of us here support, most of us
I know you do.
support law enforcement.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Sheriff, a couple questions. You said that you have a sergeant, MSO is a sergeant that oversees all the SROs. Who oversees guardians?
The school board.
The school board, they're school board employees and they're overseeing those people?
yes, sir.
Okay. And then my other quick question was the Ellenton station that you have there by, 301, by the mall, by 301 and 75. That will close, I assume, when the parish station opens?
So that's your location now. The county works out that, not.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we had to vacate that years ago, and we moved that location over to the location there behind Cracker Barrel off of 64.
Okay.
So that will move to Moccasin Wallow.
Gotcha. I think I'm fully up to speed.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any other questions for the sheriff? Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah, well, while he's here, just to say, good to hear about a substation being in Northeast County. So that's a huge win and something I think people have been working on for years and maybe decades. And so I'm excited about that. And I just echo the concerns about, we're a separate deliberative body, but I think that it makes a lot more sense to have sheriffs protecting our kids than anyone else. And so I question that decision. I'll question it publicly, but I don't get a vote in that decision, and neither do you. I mean, that's a school board decision, but doesn't seem like a good idea. It seems like going down the wrong road, especially when their budgets are up. Why not fund the people that are going to do the best job at protecting our kids? So I do question that, and this is the best, I guess, of all times to bring it up. And but that's all I have. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your work. I know that right now this is a tough time for law enforcement. There's just a lot of unrest and a lot of anger and disrespect that we see in the country. I see some organizations that are pushing a narrative that police are the problem when we're dealing with problems from, sure, there's mental health, and then there's just flat out criminals and people that are trying to do harm to others. And I know that our law enforcement officers are the biggest, in many ways, part of the solution, and not part of the problem. And when you look and see, I think I read, and I didn't double and triple check it, but I think I read that ambush killings of police officers was up over 50% year over year, which really isn't surprising because you've got mainline groups pushing a narrative and marching in the streets, saying things that never should be said against police officers. And some of those groups are getting tentacles here in Manatee County. And so it's I don't like seeing that, but of all people to be on the front line, our sheriff's office, and you do a great job. And so we appreciate you doing that each and every day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are very blessed to live in Manatee County. We have great support from our entire community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Serbia.
Sorry, I had one more question, Sheriff, that I neglected to ask, and that's about traffic patrols. I don't know that and my question is, have we given you the support you need to increase traffic patrols? Because every week, every neighborhood I'm in, all I hear about are aggressive drivers, speeding vehicles, public safety problems for kids. I hear about it constantly, and I know that your team is stressed because you just don't have the deputies. What can we do to support you in that effort? Because, as you know, I had a conference call that included public safety, the sheriff's office, public works, everybody that could talk about what we can do to improve safety on our roadways. And what we heard from public safety and the sheriff's office is they don't want speed tables, they don't want the roads to slow down traffic in an emergency. And so I think our only option is to have stronger enforcement. So please tell us what you need. I was on my way to work here today. Somebody cut me off. It was in the city of Bradenton. Almost had an accident. What can we do to make our roads safer?
Well, we continue to try to increase the staff on the traffic side after each and every budget. I'll tell you that right now during the summertime, all the school resource officers are with our traffic units, and we are working different areas throughout the county right now. So we're just trying to maximize all the personnel that we have that are available. So can we continue to add to the traffic units? Absolutely. But I don't want you to think that's going to be the solution. It is not. It's something that we will have to deal with for the rest of our lives here in Manatee County, because we got 411,000 plus population, and it's going to continue to grow, and we're going to continue to have traffic issues. It's like when your mom and dad's not around, the kids do whatever they want. The same thing with us, right? So everybody is nice and got their vehicle under control, and they're not speeding when we're around, but as soon as we leave. And I'm not so sure that I agree 100% when it comes to traffic calming measures. I think that in some communities, they are a valid way to slow traffic. But especially on different roadways that really have a lot of traffic, I don't think that they do the job that we want them to do. But in some communities, they do work. I slow down because I don't want to hit that thing doing 40 miles an hour, so everyone's going to slow down. So I think it really depends that each community is different and needs to be analyzed and to see if that would work. But we get traffic complaints from all over. I get them from you on the weekend, everyone, right? I get it. I see them too. So we'll continue to try to beef up the traffic squad, but wherever we go, we can write tickets. And as soon as we leave there, the traffic pattern picks right back up to where it was before. So we'll continue, though.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I know it will be an ongoing problem. I'm just looking for any way that we can help to make these roads even 10% safer, 20% safer.
No, I agree.
Well,
I
we
mean,
gotta do it.
education, I think people just don't care. They're distracted. They're on their phones. I just see a lot more of the aggressive drivers. So it's a lot. Everybody's angry. So I see a lot more out there where people cutting each other off and flicking them off and doing what they do. I mean, there's a lot of it out there. So we'll try to calm it down as much as we can. But we are working with the Highway Patrol as well. They've been short-staffed. They were about to get a raise here pretty soon from Governor DeSantis. So hopefully they will be able to recruit and retain, which would help us here in Manatee County.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. And I know that I've talked to you about the tickets that you wrote on Lorraine Road, for example, last year of 700, 900, I forget what the number was. And as soon as you left, the behavior didn't change. So I ask you, is the ticket price high enough? I mean, I don't know if that's a factor.
I think it is.
Okay.
I think they continue to raise those citations every year. Now, I know it was a long time ago, but when I started, 37 years ago, it was, I'm not going to get,
Yeah, I know,
cheap.
right?
Yeah, it's about $200 plus more now for a moving violation than it was 37 years ago.
Right. Okay. Thanks again for all you do.
What was the sheriff's department paying for fuel when you first started, sir?
Yeah, I think it was like 89 cents a gallon.
So you'd mentioned, and some people speed through District 3 as well. By the order of the board, Van Ostenbridge, Thatcher, Baugh. They speed through District 3 as well. We have that same issue, and one of the things you pointed out is a lot of times people just don't care. But one thing they do care about that I'm constantly getting phone calls and text messages about is panhandling, particularly in the medians. But we have several sort of key intersections in town where it's not too hard to find. I could take you out right now. We go to Walgreens at 301 and Manatee Avenue, and there's going to be people fighting over whose spot that is. We go to 59th Street and Cortez Road. There's going to be somebody standing there right now. And on the weekends, when the beach traffic is headed out to the island, you can pick 59th Street and Manatee Ave, 75th Street and Manatee Ave. Same with Cortez Road. They're out there every single weekend when the beach traffic is headed out there. So my question to you is 171 additional millions. What do I get for panhandling, sir?
You get about $5 out of that. Yeah. We're going to continue, right? So we don't know what we don't know. So people don't call us. We don't know they're standing in the median. Obviously, that's a violation, right? We will move them, and if they won't move, then they will be cited. But I don't know how many times we're actually being contacted that's going on, and we're actually responding and then moving them from that location.
Okay. 'Cause
I
mean,
don't know. Maybe you know. Maybe you got the numbers already.
I drive around my district, and it's all over the place all the time, and I'm constantly getting texts about it. And I do pass a lot of those on.
I know you do.
And you know I do.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping for more stringent enforcement. That's what I'm looking for out of you, sir, on that one.
You got it.
Okay, and so then we have Satcher. You're up next, Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to bring up one thing from last year. I don't know that I would quite call it contentious, but it was a relatively quick change of direction. We voted about the radios. Do you have any reports for that? How's it going?
The radios are a huge success with the deputies. They're working well. The technology has been outstanding. It has a mapping device on there so a deputy can actually see where the other deputies are if we're in an emergency situation. So everything has been awesome. The quality is a heck of a lot better, and we can actually hear them and they can hear us. And we are in the process of still kind of coordinating with the radio shop to get the mobiles put into the cars. That's been a slow process. Takes a lot of work. It's different wiring. You're right. So we put a lot on the radio shop this year. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, I'm paying for it, but they have a lot of work trying to install these new mobiles. Maybe you can ask me why I have to pay $250 per unit to get for a county worker to put in a county radio. Can we talk about
said
that?
how much work it is.
Dr. Hopes, why does he have to pay $250 per unit to get it put into the car?
As the sheriff mentioned, the wiring has to all be redone in the cars.
Maybe y'all give me a discount on that if we talk about it. Anyway, they're going good, Commissioner.
So it's good, and you feel like your deputies are safer than they were before this was done. Is that correct?
Because they can communicate. So thank all of y'all for that.
I see that as a huge win. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Baugh and Servia are next. Commissioner Baugh.
Mr. Servia, you can go next.
Commissioner Servia.
Okay, thank you. Things keep coming to my mind, like while you're here, we got to get you. So the panhandling, thank you for bringing that up because, in 2019, we worked really hard to get that ordinance approved. And it seems like it was enforced more strongly at the beginning, and then I think you guys got very, very busy. And I understand it's not always your top priority, but we do have those panhandlers back. A lot of them, by the way, are in the city of Bradenton. So just call Chief Blevins when you see it at 301 in Manatee. And I usually joke with her and call her and say, he's back, because he's there every single day. Every single day. And I think the city is enforcing it just a little bit differently based on their legal advice. So I'll just focus on Manatee County. But on 14th Street and 53rd Avenue, they're there every day in the median. Over by DeSoto Square Mall at 1st Street and 301 Boulevard, they're there every single day. So if you could help us to
I will do that.
enforce that, it's just dangerous. I mean, that's what we've finally all decided. It's dangerous for them to walk out in the street and accept money. Massage parlors. You and I have talked about that. We worked together to get that ordinance adopted, and you guys were doing such a great job. You went through 2 of them, rated them. We got lots of evidence in the state attorney's hands. I assume that progress is continuing because I think we have 15 more.
But as you know, those are long, drawn-out investigations. So we will continue to attack to the best of our ability to get the evidence needed to shut them down if they are violating the law.
Right. So I appreciate that. I hope that it continues at an aggressive pace because it is hurting business
Absolutely.
in South County. All right. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would just reiterate what she said. I could call in 3 different locations right now for panhandlers. They're there all the time, like 24/7. I guess it's a full-time job. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm surprised about the massage parlors because I could have sworn I was told that the ordinance that we did was not enforceable, and that I think Commissioner Servia, you were working to try and change that. But anyway, I'm just telling you what I heard. I want to go back to the traffic. We're not everybody's mother in Manatee County. They're not our children. And so we have to hold, they're adults if they're on the road driving, and, well, they should be. And so, I think we need to look at things perhaps a little differently, this board. Roundabouts, and the sheriff and I were talking about them this morning. A lot of us didn't like roundabouts when they first came up, but we're finding that they're very effective. Even on, like 64 and the state, they're really working. And that's what we're looking at now on Lorraine Road, to try and slow traffic down and to also control the noise and public safety. I mean, it's safer. The neighborhoods, that's where your traffic calming comes in, as far as, I call them speed bumps, because to me, they're bumps. But they do work. And, I know the sheriff does hang out on Lorraine Road quite a bit. And Commissioner Servia, thank you for pointing that out, because yes, Lorraine Road has been a huge problem in Manatee, but the sheriff's office does try to cover it the best they can, and they've been out there recently. I was on a Zoom call, I think it was Friday afternoon late, and they actually were talking about seeing deputies, MSO out on Lorraine Road, stopping people and giving them tickets. So I think we need to look at that. I bring up the roundabouts right now because Charlie Bishop is sitting next to me, and they really do work, and I think that it can solve a lot of the issues, Commissioner Servia, that you keep bringing up, roundabouts in your neighborhoods. So just thought I'd mention that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, I'd love to have more roundabouts. All we need is right-of-way, and all that costs us money, so let's do it.
Longer than a sheriff deputy with benefits.
Well, let's see an analysis. I mean, that's a good point, Commissioner Baugh. Is it cheaper to build roundabouts than have a sheriff deputy on the road? I don't know. But she says it is, so let's do the analysis. One more thing came to mind, the arcades, and you and I have talked about that as well, and I know that we've talked with Tommy Gregory, and Tommy Gregory is on board this year for sponsoring that bill to close the loophole, to get rid of these arcades, which again are nuisance businesses. They're taking a lot of your staff time, and there's a lot of public safety. There are a lot of public safety issues with that. So I just want to make sure that that's still at top of mind for you guys. Yes?
And we will continue to work with the legislators on that issue.
Fantastic.
Mr. Clegg, would you like to weigh in on
I
something?
just need to make one point, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Commissioner Ball, I'm not sure where you got the information about the massage ordinance, but it is enforceable and it is being enforced. In fact, the sheriff's office is working with code enforcement, and we have an injunction case in the county attorney's office right now to shut down one of the first establishments. I think there was a period during the pandemic where there wasn't a lot of activity under the ordinance, but it is being fully enforced, and we are litigating it as we speak.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, just to respond, I don't know if the sheriff is aware of this, but I actually got it from the sheriff's office. Oh, sorry. Got it from the sheriff's office, that it was having to be looked at, and that's why some of your personnel was communicating with some people here at the county, was because they were having to relook at that. That's where I
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was.
I'll tell you later.
Yeah, please. Well, correct them.
I'll be happy to.
Okay, Commissioners, do we have anything else for Sheriff Wells? Sheriff, I'll leave it with one last question. Does this budget fully fund your department?
It does.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Yep. Dr. Hopes, you bring us into the next
I
item.
just want to say thank you to the staff, to Sheila. It's been a rough year, but thank y'all so much for
All right.
everything.
Thank you. Dr. Hopes?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next up, we have the Clerk of the Court.
Yes, hi. The Clerk of the Court has requested in their budget a total of $8.8 million, of which is recommended for funding $8.6 million. They had requested 6 positions to be added in their budget, of which the recommendation is to fund 3 of them. And with us, we have Ms. Coloniso, Clerk of the Court, to present her budget.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah. Well, this is my first day back in 10 days, so I had fake COVID. I tested negative twice, so I'm not contagious for those of you. So this is our base budget, I am happy to say, came in $12,000 under this year, our budget for the year. And last year, actually in 2 years, we've come in 47,000 under budget. This year, though, with the growth of the community in 2014, when you consider that our population was 338,000 to now we're topping over 430,000. This last year, with the investigation that we had, that took every bit of 9 to 10 months of my entire team. I have 5.5 FTEs in our Inspector General Division. The Inspector General Division, and it was previously internal audit, and nothing's changed about that, except that we're finding there's been, as of the fiscal year end of May 31st, 50% of the hours are spent on investigative hours. And if you look back, for example, 1920, fiscal year, 92% was spent on audit. That audit function is very important, just as important as the investigative, but when we get an investigation, it takes priority over our audits. So this year, I think the chair referred to the investigative findings for the building department investigation that we did as the Beijing phone book. I remember him saying that. It was comprehensive, it was extensive, and the work that our team did, you applauded them for that, and I am grateful to that. We went over all of this back in March with the administrator, and we're grateful that the administrator was very supportive of this as well, of our ask in this area. These 2 additional positions will allow us to increase our resources dedicated to audits efficiently. Audits are where you find things, and the audits can turn into investigations, but regular routine audit helps you ensure that efficiency in processes, and we can catch things that maybe otherwise went unnoticed. There's been a lot of reorg. With reorg, you need to make sure the processes, segregation of duties, all of these things are kept in place. Or if it's a new particular situation, it assists you with assessing that as well. And that is why we found the need for 2 additional positions. We lost one in 2009 in that area. The other 3 are all fiscal related. And again, today, I'm not here as the clerk, I'm here as the comptroller of Manatee County. And we work very closely with the county in different processes and procedures. So with the growth, and this is the only time I believe, and I know in 7 years that I've been clerk, I've asked for a significant positions increase in my budget. But with growth becomes that, and there's been growth. When there's growth on this side of the street, it creates growth as well in our area, and that's not a bad thing because our population's growing, and growth is good for a community. Our fiscal compliance analyst, business analyst, and accountant positions would assist with running that check and balance that we do every day in our payments and in our contracts, resolutions, best practices, local ordinances, when we do and analyze your payments that are made each day to ensure to you that it's all being followed, and it ensures integrity and transparency for you as well. The business analyst, we've noticed an uptick in different procedures with our on-base, our shared system that we have with you is our shared finance system. And this business analyst will work with our current on-base business analyst. We have one. And this will assist with the workflows, with the multitude of computer functions, with AP, Treasury, accounting and reporting, payroll, asset management, record retention, and documenting significant increase in the number of joint on-base projects between us. The accounting position, that will assist with our reporting, our end-of-year reporting that we do when we put out the county end-of-year reports. That will assist with, there's been an increase in reorganization this year, and I say that not as a bad thing, it's just the fact that it is there. And additional transactions, the volume of the transactions in the county has increased. And any budget amendments, there are several budget amendments. When that happens, we have to account for those on our reporting as well. And we also, of course, always add in there, it's customary, anything that the county COLA-wise, we would ask as well in our budget as well. Typically, that's included in our budget in previous years when the county, whatever the county is asking for, and I don't know if that's been decided on yet, that particular, the COLA. Okay. We would ask for the COLA as well so that our employees can keep up with the market here locally. And our ask our total ask is the 8.8 million.
Commissioner Whitmore, you're first on the board.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sitting here, and if all of you look throughout the years or the few years that you've been here, you've seen that we get audits emailed where you randomly audit departments. And I'm thinking, and which is good because that's our tickler file to make sure things are in place and processes are in place. I remember Dee, I don't know if you remember Dee from the public beach when she first started and ran the public beach for years and years. And we did an audit and a lot of receipts weren't being, so we changed and we got a new vendor, and they also are under audit. I've seen where that you've made recommendations. The ninth floor, I know you've done it, administrative travel and expenses and our charge cards and all that, so you've done that. It's really interesting if you look. I mean, it's very detailed. Parks and Recreation, I remember that came before us quite a few times, taking money for classes and stuff, and you had to put those in orders. And then I always read it, because I used to do policies and procedures at a hospital, so I love that kind of stuff. But then you always recommend policies and procedures in place to safeguard, and then you check up after. So that's a big part that the public doesn't even realize. And when people ask me that, you also have, I tell everybody that most of our departments are audited from us internally, you, and somebody else outside to make sure everything's in place.
We have we have external auditors. They do our external auditing every year, and it takes every bit of a year for them. They would start to work right now, this time of year, for our end of year audit for next year at this time. My Inspector General team, and again, formerly internal audit, we actually provide hours to them to save the taxpayers' money so that we don't have to pay out the consultation fees for that. We help and offset some costs there as well. So it would help us be able to do that.
I just want to know the public that you are making sure our money is managed and there's safeguards in place, that we're not misusing or not being able to be transparent to find our money. So
audit people don't like auditors coming. They don't, and they're used to not being like. Nobody likes to hear audit. The word audit, but it helps you all as commissioners understand and know that there's accountability in place for you. That's why our reports are out there. Bless you. Our reports are out there for you to read and see, to let you know the details. And currently, I have not signed off on any investigations. So at this moment, as I stand here, there's no investigation taking place at this time. If that helps. But now we can get back to doing audits. Our time was really consumed with that investigation. And when you look at CARES funding, we had to work on those, and they found several dollars lost in fraud that were reported through that as well.
Madam Clerk, you mentioned the external auditor. Who selects that firm? Who chooses the external auditor? Is that this board or is it your office?
By statute, it's if we go out for an RFP, it's done by a committee. I'd have to go back and review that statute, but ultimately, it's the clerk's office would also say, we've just extended it 2 years because of everything. I felt that it was safe to just go extend it 2 years and then go out for an RFP. I don't think this is the time to be changing. It changes the dynamic a little when a CFO leaves, so that actually brings on a different type of audit, a more heightened audit, by nature.
Sure. So by statute, the clerk selects the external auditor. Is that what you're telling us?
No, there's a committee, and it's made up of board side people. It's made up of my side, and if I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at the statute. I cannot sit on that committee, and neither can the CFO sit on that committee on this side of the street. But our finance staff.
But you said that you chose to extend it by 2 years, but then you told me also that a committee makes the decision.
No, the committee for the RFP to go out for a new audit, but you can always extend.
Okay.
And 2 years seemed like a minimal extension to do that, because it would be very disruptive to go out and do that now with all the changes that have taken place.
Okay, so I guess I got further down the rabbit hole than I meant to. The question was, who selects and I understand you're saying the committee, who determines whether or not a change should be made or whether or not to extend? Is that by statute the clerk?
We would have to go back. I'll go back and look at the statute, but when there's a contract out there already, we can ask to extend it 2 years. I can as the comptroller of the county.
Does the board have any role in that?
Typically, it would come back, those letters of engagement come in November, and they're signed off on typically, but no, the board does not vote on that process.
Okay. In my district, we have the Maritime Museum. Can we get an update on the status of the Maritime Museum? Because from what I understand, we're a little delayed and we're getting over budget.
I haven't heard we're over budget. I
good.
saved up 1.5 million last year when I returned the money. I returned 3 million to the county with 1.5 set aside to earmark for that.
I remember that. Yeah.
So,
So we go to
maybe
property management then for the
property
update?
management may have an update.
Mr. Bishop?
Yes, we continue to work on that project. It is very time-consuming. It's a very delicate project. Aaron Raleigh's the project manager on it. The last that I recall is we peeled back the roof and we did some investigation to confirm our suspicion that the building needed to be rehabbed. And be honest with you, that's the last I recall. Do you know anything else? I should know more. I apologize.
Okay. Well, last I knew, property management had people on the team, and I trusted once that was all in place, the funding there for it, that it would be proceeding from there.
Dr. Hopes, I'll give you an update.
Yeah, if we could get an update on that, I'd appreciate it. Do you have a timeline for that, Mr. Bishop?
No, sir, we don't. Not at this time. Again, we went out for the engineering study. We're not fully scoped out yet for the whole project in construction. We're just not there yet. This is a very old building. It's a historic building, and it's really difficult to ascertain all the issues with it.
How long has this project been ongoing?
We're probably about 9 months into it.
Yeah.
So we're 9 months in.
It's
and
very early.
No, that's very early.
Yeah.
It is for the rehab.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll get you a full report, sir.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then the last question, the report, the Beijing phone book, which was very thorough. I'm appreciative of that. It was a good investigation. You know, it was a very thorough investigation, I thought, in the end. But it took how many months?
9 months because of the extent of the investigation, and it morphed because every time it appeared, we'd get more phone calls. There's actually maybe 4 separate things that we have to look at that have no relation to that, but came from that. But to prioritize everything, I mean, they have plenty to do in the hopper over there.
Is that typical? 9 months?
No, that was an atypical investigation because of the breadth of it. But by the same token, our requests for investigations have increased. Now we're spending 50% of our time on it. The last couple of years, I think last fiscal year was 30%, this year's 50%, and the average was 8% prior to those 2 years. So where you want to spend your time are audits, your everyday audits. Our comptroller side, accounts payable is constantly calling, asking questions, backing up, asking for additional information. That's just what they do. It's what they do. And if they hit a bump in the road, we do follow-up audits, for example, but they will always ask for more information. There's a lot every day, day-to-day, that no one sees or hears of. My team's just up there doing their job.
Sure. Okay. Still a lot to this. Dr. Hopes, I'm going to go ahead and red flag this budget, the clerk budget, for further discussion, probably with you and I and Mr. Clegg as well, if I have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any further questions for the clerk? Commissioner Baugh and then Commissioner Whitmore.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I thought you saw me. Angel, one question right off the top of the bat, and maybe you've addressed it and maybe I just missed it. There's been so much said. The Evergreen salary study, when do you expect that to come in?
Kim, do you have an expected date?
Within the next 30 days.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see you back there. Okay.
Can you say
Kim
your first and
Wilder.
last name and office for the record?
Yes, Kim Wilder, Clerk of the Court, Finance Director.
Thank you, Kim.
The reason I'm asking is because, the personnel increase, you really haven't asked for any, and you're awaiting that salary. So that's why I was curious. It kind of makes it difficult to look at your budget because I know that's got to be part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I know what you're
personnel,
saying. I'm
so-
curious, too, to see where that comes out.
Yeah.
And again, I was very proud of the fact that I could stand up here and say, we're not asking for anything additional for decades. I guess I don't get that privilege that my predecessor did all these years because here we are and we've got a lot more population, a lot more volume.
All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore and then Servio.
Yes, I don't recall the last time you've asked for positions, have you?
One, I think it was 3 years ago, cybersecurity.
So one, since I've been here,
And that was
16
the
years.
year everybody around the state,
Okay.
it was a big focus for cybersecurity. And I'll tell you, that has paid dividends, having that dedicated position, the things that we have caught. And we started the summit around the county, so the sharing of information has been wonderful to stop potential viruses from getting through. I noticed the county IT and my department and other departments around the county all communicating when something's about to happen. And it's actually stopped some major things just by the communication. So it's been great.
And I don't understand the red flag of a constitutionalist budget. I don't think I've ever heard of that, which is fine. I'm just hoping that this is for something that we identify and not all the other noise that's going around. I just want to make sure, because our clerk of the court is very respected. We may have personal issues that we don't agree on, but I don't think I've ever been up here and ever heard of any of your guys' budgets being flagged, not even the sheriff's. Even the recession, we got them what we needed, but, he wanted more, but we got him at least some employees. So this is kind of new, and I'm hoping that with Mr. Clegg and all you guys together, you can work it out. And I have no problems because you've never asked except for once for an employee. And Mike Bennett's not here, so he must not be asking for anybody again. Oh, there he is. Sorry. Anyway, okay. I just had to say that because I didn't have a problem with what was presented today, but I understand.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Servia and then Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you. Just one question, Angel, about your Evergreen study, the market analysis. So did you build in what you expect to receive back? I know you don't have the study back yet, but did you kind of build in what you expect?
We did not.
So we will have to do a budget amendment.
And the reason being, in our comptroller side, in that finance department, you've got accountants, you've got specialized people with licenses and degrees, and no doubt they could make more money going outside. And as you know, we lose some to the county as it is. So, yeah, and in this market, it's just all the way around everywhere. The labor is compounded. The labor market is a compounded mess right now.
Right. So that's important for us to understand that there will be a future budget amendment because we're going to need more money to support. And, again, that's why we need those reserves and need to build back those funds for instances like this. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Baugh.
Actually, that's not the reason that we need to increase our reserves. Actually, that is a good reason to red flag this budget, just so we can try and make sure it's in there, and that's the reason for it. I think that's important. Thank you.
Commissioners, any additional questions for the clerk?
And I would you could also ask us to look at anything you want as well. We send that out every year at the beginning of the year, so we're a resource for you. That's how it is. It's a resource.
We need to discuss that probably.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Dr. Hopes. Actually, it's 10:24. Let's take a 10-minute recess. We will return at 10:34. Okay, welcome back. And we are still here in our budget workshop. Today, we are having the constitutional officers come before us. We've had the sheriff and the clerk of the court, and next up is the supervisor of elections. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Hopes. Sir?
Yes, sir. The Honorable Mike Bennett, Supervisor of Elections, will have a busy year this year. He's been busy. Redistricting, new precincts, primary elections.
Actually, I guess I'm just here to answer questions. We do have an increase this year, which really bothered me.
I'm not sure if your microphone is on, sir. If it is, the green light at the bottom, maybe just...
It was on, maybe I just get a little closer.
There we go.
But anyhow, our increase actually is pretty much deals with inflation. There were some things that we could not deal with internally. As hard as my staff fights to control expenses, I can't control postage, I can't control printing, I cannot control insurance and retirement benefits. So basically, that's what our increase is. It's roughly $300,000, which is probably $150,000 more than what we gave you back last year. And one of the things that we try to do with our budget is front load it for the primaries, okay? So we can get it in as much budget year as we can, but you gotta remember our general election is the bigger one, and that's in the next calendar year, but we pretty much take care of it all at one shot. And that's where we're at, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Cruz and Serbia.
Just one quick one. I've heard you talk a number of times. We've been talking about the new election laws and so forth, and you've been talking about having to man the ballot boxes and so forth for the drop-ins. Is that reflect? I mean, I actually expected this budget to be even higher because of some of your conversations about the cost of adhering to these, and I didn't see this budget increase as much, honestly, as I thought it would. Is that baked into this?
It is in it, and what we did, you got to remember, I've got Scott Farrington, I've got Sharon, I've got people who truly watch this budget. In fact, I'll publicly embarrass him right now. When we looked at, because of the inflation of giving increases across for some of our staff, Scott Farrington actually turned down his increase. He said, no, we can hold it out. Let's see what happens at the end of the year. We'll roll, okay? But when you're looking at those kind of numbers, we did have to move up the cost of all of the people, the part-time people, to meet the minimum wage that we're going to hit in November. So we're trying to front load that now instead of waiting until November when that's going to actually happen. So again, trying to front load the primary so we don't have to come back to you mid-year and ask for amendment. I'd rather tell it to you now. But yes, we've got that covered. We did have to hire some additional people, and we did have to raise the cost to at least take all of our people, our part-time people, up to minimum wage.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Serbia.
Yeah, and that actually was my question, so thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for asking it. But I'll also thank you, Scott, for not taking the increase. And I'd like to encourage a lot of our top-level people not to take the increases or, have a different variable, because it does cost the budget a lot of money when you're talking about the top tier getting a big bump, even if it's the cost of living. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
I did meet with Dr. Hopes last week, and after I went to the WCIND meeting, and there were 4 county commissioners there from 4 counties. And Lee County has done something very interesting. And Scott is looking at all creative ways about the employees, and this kind of actually just tied right into it. They gave all their employees that make $50,000 and under a 10% raise. And then if you went to 60, you got 99%. You got 9%. And then if you got 70, you got 8%. And then it went on attrition like that. So it ended up not costing them as much. So I typed that up and I sent it to Dr. Hopes and Sheila. It's something we may want to look at. So, because actually Commissioner Serbia hit it right on the head. You get somebody that's making, like our deputies, like $180,000, and then they're going to get the 8%, which is fine. But then you look at Ray, that is our janitor, that isn't going to get near that. So anyway, I just thought that, and all the other county commissioners were so interested that they wrote it out and they were going to bring it to their counties.
What we did on that is Scott and I looked at it about 6 weeks ago when the inflation really started getting out of control, and we gave a lot of that staff a 3% raise, okay? Even though inflation is 8, we're hoping that the whole rate of inflation obviously will come down, but we were also then waiting to see what the county did for all of their employees, that if we gave them 3% then, and the county comes back and says, okay, we're going to give staff 4% across the board, then we will take our employees to that, and that is reflected in this budget just in case.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Serbia.
Carol, you probably remember, we've done that before. I mean, when I was an employee here, we had that sort of system. When I was in the private sector, I saw that sort of system here, that you reward your lowest paid people with a higher percentage increase and your highest paid people with a lower percentage increase. It just makes good financial sense. So I hope that we do see that.
Commissioner Satcher, are you? Sure. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was looking at, this is from April 25th, when the governor signed the election integrity bill, kind of the presentation on that. So this is his, I think probably the easiest way to do this and get straight to the point is just, I'm going to read his quote and then get your reaction where we're on the things in this that we're really just ahead of the curve or right on target, if there's anywhere where you might need help being sure that we live up to the goal of this bill. So he says 20 years ago, nobody thought Florida was a prime example of how to conduct elections. But we've become a national leader by running the most secure elections in the country, Governor DeSantis said. We need to do more to ensure our elections remain secure. We have ended ballot harvesting, stopped drop boxes, and the mass mailing of ballots, and banned Zuckerbucks, and this bill will give us more resources to make sure bad actors are held accountable. So it's just going to get your thoughts on that and be sure that we're on target to accomplish those goals.
You know, I really feel comfortable on that. We've had very, very, very few issues over the years in Manatee County. I think some of the larger cities, the Miamis and Tampas and the rest of them have had some other issues, but we really haven't. Basically, I'm proud to say that most people in Manatee County are pretty honest, okay? They do the right thing, they vote, they get out involved. We've not had that issue. Some of the things that were in that bill, I didn't think were necessary. But I also think it's good. When that bill was written, okay, I do not know of any supervisor in the state of Florida who was asked for their opinion, okay? I do not feel safer on vote by mail because we changed the name of the ballot drop-off box to a secured ballot intake station. It just really didn't do a whole lot for me. But no, we're on top of it. We do have somebody who stands out there now. We didn't have to do it before. But in front of my office, even though you can see it from the front of the office, you can see it from the cameras, we actually, when that ballot box is open, we hired somebody to stand out there and watch it. Now, the U.S. Post Office has approximately 350 of those great big blue boxes floating around that you can drop in all the ballots you want. But if you're coming in my office and you want to drop it off at our office, we will have a secured person, an employee, standing out there all the time it's open to make sure that you only drop in your family ballot.
Right. Yeah. I think looking at it, I feel like, we may have Florida, the state of Florida, and not talking Manatee specifically, but we may have dodged a bullet because it doesn't seem like we were seeing whoever, put things into play. It doesn't seem as we were seen as going to be as much of an up for grabs or as much of a close election. So some of those other states, it seems like underwent a lot more of the changing of the rules a month and 2 months prior to the election. And then some of the unsecured issues, I haven't watched it. I've watched one person analyze it and say, well, they may make some good points, but some of these might be, going too far. But nevertheless, I think that talking about, and what I'm referring to is the 2000 Mules movie. And And so when I look at stuff like that, whether they're, I know they're trying to sell movies and get clicks on one hand, but on the other hand, but if they're bringing up legitimate issues that were problems in Georgia or Pennsylvania, it seems smart for us to look ahead, because we never know. We went from being a swing state just a little while ago, and now I think some of the policies that are going forward on one side have, the voting base has changed its opinion, it seems like in Florida, which is fine with me. But anyway, I'm glad that we'll have someone there at each of the drop-off locations at least. And so regardless of what the name of it is, at least having a person there seems like a good move forward for our elections. So I appreciate you seeing to it that gets done. Thank you, sir. And which is what you already pledged to do. Not saying that I'm telling you to do that. You're already on it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to agree with the governor. I think that the mass mailing of ballots does pose a risk. I think we were fortunate, as Commissioner Satcher said, we sort of dodged a bullet last time round. But you're right, Mr. Bennett, when you say that, your office, someone is there watching how many are dropped off. But as you said, people can stuff as many ballots into a post office box or into their own mailbox as they choose. And I just think that mass mailing of ballots, you essentially relinquish your ability to oversee, a huge aspect of the election. And that concerns me. And I noticed that Manatee County you've aggressively taken us towards mail-out ballots. And so far, it hasn't been a problem, but I think it's the least safe method of voting. And it does concern me that you are driving our county so aggressively in that direction. And I know you do turn and point to a cost savings because of the fewer precincts that have to be manned. However, now we're pointing out the increase in the cost of postage, right? So now a lot of that cost savings is being eaten up, and I'm curious to hear, you're the foremost expert here on that. So I mean, do you feel that mail-out ballots are create the greatest exposure to election fraud?
Actually, I do agree with you. Okay, I know it sounds strange that I'm pushing it so hard and agreeing with you at the same time, but that's the method of voting. It's the method of choice, and consequently, it's the way we handle them when they come in. We watch them the most. To me, the biggest problem that we could possibly face, vote by mail is going to be an area of fraud, and you got to watch it, and my staff does a wonderful job of catching them. That being said, I think ballot harvesting is probably where you might see the most, and where I see that is potentially, and I've not had an example of it happen in our office, but my mother, God rest her soul, she's in the nursing home, okay? And the nurse comes in and says, Mrs. Bennett, I need you to sign this, okay? And Mrs. Bennett does. She can't read it, she doesn't understand it, she doesn't do it. Those ballots are collected. The nurse goes out or the CNA goes out. She fills out the ballots and does them. Okay. To me, I think that has the actually higher potential if, in fact, there's a crooked person involved in the deal. But I also think that you're right, Kevin, as far as if you're going to have an exposure, vote by mail is probably it. But I don't think we're ever going to be able to get it to switch back to where you literally had to have a medical excuse or a written excuse to do it. So I think that all I can do is let you all know as commissioners, we do everything possible. We check it. It amazes people the number of times we get a ballot in and we realize, because we've been able to research information, that person moved the day before it got here, or they went to the precinct to vote, and we've been able to find out that they moved the day before that. Our staff does a great job of catching these. Do we catch them all? I'm not about to stand up here and say that we do. But I happen to agree with you. If we're going to have an issue, I think that's where it's going to be.
Yeah, I think we agree on most all of it. I'm glad that you identify that as the greatest risk, and that you and staff are doing everything you can to prevent that.
They've got good stuff.
The only thing we would disagree on is I would like to see it scaled back. But other than that, I think we're in agreement on virtually everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Whitmore and Cruz, you're next on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, for years, my husband was a surgeon, and he had to be in surgery at 7, and he didn't get home till 9 or 10. So we started doing a vote by mail, but I voted every election since 1973. And I am weird. I know.
But you're
sorry.
older than I am, so.
Yeah, not really. But anyway, I am adamant about getting my ballot in. And so what I've done for years, even though God knows what he said. Yeah, even though when I do by mail, I can carry it to the supervisor of elections, and then I watch it on the computer, make sure they got it, they received it, and it actually tells you when it was counted. But because, people work, and a lot of people just can't get there, and I've instilled it in my whole family to be very supportive of that. But my daughter, she likes to go there, and I did it for years, and then I decided to hand carry it in. So I kind of defeated the purpose. But I wanted to sit there, like you always say, Mike, with my family and talk about it, make sure that everybody, initialed it, because we all served on the canvassing board, and we did the dates and everything so it doesn't get rejected. So I like both ways, but I don't trust it either. I can't carry it.
Yeah, and to your point about people not working and not being able to get out there on election day, he has early voting precincts, and I absolutely love those. That's genius, and I like that a lot.
It's interesting, Commissioner, you brought that up. When I was in the legislature, I pushed for it, and we got. It used to be early voting went, until 5 o'clock. And I said, we have too many people in Manatee County who are commuting, and they're not getting home in time, and they're having to leave before it can open. Let's change the hours of early voting to allow us to stay open at least 7 o'clock, get the people an opportunity to come home. One of the things I do like about vote by mail, and most of the people in this room, unless they're in that neighborhood, won't recognize, we still have a lot of people in Manatee County who have transportation issues, okay? And so trying to find ways to get them to vote, and like I say, you and I may disagree on whether we should promote it stronger or not, but if it's a legal method of voting, I want to see it. I just want it done legally.
Well, we can agree on that, sir. Commissioner Cruz and then Commissioner Bellamy.
Mine's more just a quick general conversation from a policy standpoint, not specific to supervisor elections. So I'll wait during the turnover. I'll just speak then.
Thank you, sir.
Wasting their time.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, and one of the unique things that I would encourage you all, and I know you all jumping off the boat as quick as possible, is get that behind the scenes experience of the canvassing board. And what it does is it gives you some on the job training as far as the vote by mail and all the different safeguards that the supervisor of elections has put in place. But when you get on the canvassing board, there is, I don't forgot where we went in Orlando, there's some type of, what was that?
It's basically the canvassing board workshop that we do.
And at the canvassing board workshop, they give us a lot of detailed training on how to make sure that fraud is not there. And one of the things that I kind of connected to is obviously the signatures, and it's something that I learned when I was in the military as well, looking to make sure you don't have signature fraud and things like that. And that's part of the canvassing board responsibility. And when I had that experience, I looked at the voting process and the vote by mail process totally different. And I would recommend you all just get a little bit of understanding on what takes place behind the scenes there, because it's very, very beneficial in whatever avenue that we can explore to assure that individuals are having to exercise their right to vote. We definitely want to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is something I alluded to during my briefing, and one of the things as a commissioner I'm working on is being tougher in my briefings, so that, and so I wish I'd gone ahead and asked this or brought up this issue. But since we're here and we're speaking about these things, you talked about the equity and the transportation issue, and I have to say. So, we like to just be policy, and a pothole doesn't have a party. It's not a Republican or a Democrat pothole. It's just a pothole that needs to be fixed. So I like to, as much as possible, keep our conversations on that. But I know that, Parrish and Northeast County, there's a lot of Republican voters out there, right? It's a very red portion of the county where I'm from, and right now, from just an equity look at things, how far someone in Parrish has to drive to go to vote versus how far someone, in a in a downtown, in a bluer part of town. I mean, if we were to do the averages of how far a Democrat in Manatee County has to go to vote versus how far a Republican has to go to get to vote, and I don't want to make, I didn't want to make an issue of it because I'm thinking, you know what, we'll do what it takes. We'll vote on election day. We'll vote during time. We'll take the time off work. Whatever it takes, we're gonna. This country's important. And that's one of the reasons why in the briefing I asked, how long is this commitment for this map on the precincts? And the answer was not necessarily a set time. So we can go back and visit those precincts. So I know in the future, and I understand that East County is, as a newer part of town and a lot of neighborhoods, there may not be as many, community centers as we all wish there were. I mean, I live out there. I wish there were more. And we are working, the county's trying to do its part on that. But I just think, just setting forward, one of the things I like to do is to just put ideas and vision for the future. As we move forward, I think to keep things more fair, we should look into having more precincts, not 1 million precincts, but more precincts than just, the Methodist Church and then the Baptist Church on Old Tampa. We need more places. I think it'd be nice for people not to have to go as far, wait in traffic as long. And we'll make it work regardless, but in the future, I hope we can see that come to pass to keep it a little more.
We're continuously looking
Thank you.
for precincts, okay? You mentioned yourself the Baptist Church and the Methodist Church. They're wonderful until we want to vote on Sunday, okay? Then the church doesn't want to give up the space on Sunday, and I get it, okay? Their crowd is there. So trying to find these, right now we've got roughly 70 precincts, but we've really only got 68, Scott? Yeah, 68 voting precincts that we can use. We're continuously fighting for them. We're continuously trying to find early voting stations. I think with Parrish has got a big move on rebuilding their community center up there, I think it is. If we can get a space in there, I think it'd be a great spot for a early voting site. I don't think we're going to have it ready for this election, general election coming up. But you're right, Commissioner Thatcher, it's an issue. And we want to have it. And with the growth up in that area, I think it's something that we've got to address.
And I would just say that if we're seeing, you're always looking, working with small businesses, or growing businesses, you're always looking for the choke points, right? And so if the choke point is the Sunday early voting for more locations, maybe we could look at extending the Saturday hours or an extra Saturday and knocking out the Sunday voting. So
There's some things
that would open up options for us.
There's some things we can do and some things we can't do because of state statutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh has taken herself off the board. Commissioners, are there any additional questions for the Supervisor of Elections? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good day.
You too. Dr. Hopes.
Next up is Court Administration, Mr. Chair.
Forgot to put me back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Commissioner Cruz wanted to speak during the turnaround betwing at the conclusion.
I just wanted to say something from a policy standpoint. It wasn't specific to Mike and Scott, so I just figured I'd wait. We're talking about the salaries and things like that in terms of how we're going to handle this. I don't agree with where the discussion of policies go. I mean, wage compression's a real thing, and it ends up having unintended consequences. It's great to talk about in 1 year. In a static, single year, it can work because you're focusing on the people with the lower salary versus the higher salary. But nothing ever happens in 1 year. You can't look at things from a 1 year. You start setting policy. In the long run, wage compression causes more problems than it helps, especially when you consider saying something like that is I don't know how to say this without sounding like I'm trying to be mean, but I'm not. It almost sounds like you're pandering to the large pool of people. You take 2,000 employees in Manatee County. 1,800 of them are making the lower end of it. That's just reality of how our salary is. And then you say, well, the deputy administrators can get a lower salary. There's two. You're not cutting any raises out of 2 deputy administrators that's going to move a needle on the larger pool on the bottom. I mean, maybe they get an extra 0.1% on their raise. But what happens over time is the people at the higher end, the people that are harder to hire, take longer to train, have more of the quote-unquote institutional knowledge, start becoming less and less competitive in the marketplace, and you start losing the top end as you're going towards the bottom end, especially as the lower salaries start compressing towards their supervisors. And then you have to start looking ahead, maybe in worse times, in worse years, and have to start raising those salaries even more, which becomes even more problematic when you have to start increasing higher level salaries 10% just to catch it back up. So just from a policy standpoint, I don't agree with it. Sometimes it works in the private sector because private sectors have the ability to have real bonuses and compensation associated with performance. So someone could say, I'm just going to keep I had a period of time where my base salary was flat for 5 years, but it was coupled with performance pay. And that was on me. The more or the less I did, the more or less I made. We don't have that in government. There is no performance pay in government. So we have to handle it based on raises. So just from a policy standpoint, I don't really agree with that tiered structure in the long term. It causes more problems than good from an economic standpoint.
Right. You and I are in alignment. I will tell you the reason why in the budget presentation we looked at 7.4%. With a diversity of approaches. Since I have been here, and I understand that they did it before, but we've accelerated it, we are constantly assessing the market and adjusting our pay rates to make us competitive. You saw it with transit. You saw it with the lifeguards. We've got a number of other categories. So the first allocation will be towards those market adjustments to ensure that we're competitive, both in recruiting new talent, but more importantly, or as importantly, is retaining the talent that we've been able to recruit because we're already seeing the market grow in compensation for positions that we've just successfully hired. And then we are looking at both merit increases, which is what they used to call the pay for performance, as well as a bonus system. So I look forward because I share the position that you're taking. I look forward to working with you on it as we work through those policies of putting us on a different track to ensure that we're both able to retain talent as well as recruit talent.
Okay, Commissioner Serbia.
Yeah, and I agree with both of you to a certain extent, but I will say that, if you just, by the way, we have 4 deputies, not 2 deputy administrators. So if you take Sure. Well, we have an open position. We have Courtney DePaul, we have Charlie, and we have Bob Ryan Shuttle. So we have 4 positions. Okay, do we agree with that? Okay. So I think they make roughly $187,000 a year. I could be wrong. Maybe it's 182. I don't know exactly. When you take a cost of living increase on top of that, it's just an exorbitant amount of money for a cost of living increase. And so what we need to do is look more at what the market demands are. And yes, we need to retain talent. Of course we do. But I'm just, maybe once we get an HR director, we can sort through these things a little bit better. But we need to be very, very careful with our dollars. We're going into a very difficult year, next couple of years, I believe. And so this may just be a short-term solution right now. But right now we need it. We need to build those reserves. We need to be very, very careful on how we spend every single dollar and attract the talent that we need and keep the talent that we can get. But dollars matter.
Dr. Hopes, could you move us on to the next agenda item, please?
Yes, sir. Court administration.
Yes, it's Kimberly Miller and our new circuit judge. If you can please come forward. Their budget requested budget was $1.4 million, and the recommended budget for 23 is 1.3. They didn't make any new requests other than the normal health insurance increase and increase in salaries, and an additional $120,000 so they can upgrade some of the new the courtrooms in the Judicial Center. With that, I leave you with the Court Administrator, Kimberly Miller. You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kim Miller, and I have Chief Judge Charles Roberts with me. As Sheila indicated, we asked for a flat budget, with the exception of some IT funds. We're in the middle of a process of upgrading courtrooms. We have 19 courtrooms that have technology from 2008, and exactly. So upgrading it to digital, our initial quote was about $60,000 per courtroom. We're hoping that as we do more, the cost goes down, but we're just starting this project, so we asked for funding to do 2 courtrooms this year. And I think that money's been put in reserves, correct? The recommendation has been put in reserves. So the bulk of our budget, we only have 8 employees. We have 4 in treatment court, we have 2 in IT, and then we have 2 other court admin positions. So it's not a huge budget, and I'm proud that we're able to keep it flat with the exception of this IT upgrade. So I've got Judge Roberts, if you want to say just a few words. Judge Roberts oversees our problem-solving courts, and so he oversees our drug court, mental health court, veterans court here.
Thank you. A pleasure to be here. I just wanted to give everyone a brief overview of some of the problem-solving court initiatives that we've been taking. As the Chief Judge, I took it upon myself to be in charge of the treatment courts in the circuit. In Sarasota, I preside over drug court, mental health court, comprehensive treatment court, and veterans court. In Bradenton, I preside over drug court. We have a mental health component in that. We have just started a comprehensive treatment court in Manatee County as well, which is being handled by Judge Heather Doyle. The programs are working quite well. As we all know, drugs and mental health issues are very big issues in our community, and the programs are working very well right now. Treatment programs are working quite well, and we are moving forward with that because it's such an important issue right now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hopes.
Commissioner, I just wanted to add that the courts are long overdue for a technology refresh. So we are going to work to accelerate at the rate with which the supply chain will allow us to bring that equipment in to get them up to present day standards.
So that was actually, I'm first on the board, that was my question is, did you say we had 19 courtrooms? Is that correct?
Correct. We have 19 courtrooms and 5 hearing rooms.
Okay, so sometimes I'm a Weisenheimer, but if we do 2 a year, by the time we're done, we'll have to start over. You know what I mean?
That won't do it. And Drew's working with their IT folks to see what we can do about accelerating that rate of refresh, because really they should be on a schedule of a refresh every 4 years, every 5 years at the latest.
Okay.
So and we're working throughout Manatee County to ensure that we've got technology refreshes that are in the CIP and that are planned for and funded on an annual basis.
So, Dr. Hopes, let me ask you this. As we start to see, our chamber downstairs, the courts, these are just some examples, right? But we're constantly seeing where we need an IT refresh in this room or that chamber or wherever it is. At some point, I mean, does it not make sense for us to do these in-house with our own IT people?
Well, we are.
Okay.
We're doing a good bit of it. The contractors are the ones that are running the wiring and making the physical changes to accommodate the larger monitors and things like that. But we're doing a good bit of it in-house.
Okay.
And right now, unfortunately, we're subject to the supply chain issues. It's just very difficult to get computers these days.
Can't even get... You can't get cars. You can't get traffic signals.
Exactly.
Right?
So, but we are cognizant of it, and it's like other areas of the county. We're playing catch up. We've got a great CIO now that is focused on it and elevating the technology, elevating our cybersecurity, because it does make work more efficient and more effective, especially in our courtrooms.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Satcher, Commissioner Bellamy after him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate y'all being here. And, one of the things I try to do from a policy perspective is always make it clear through my decisions and words that, I want to be a friend to our first responders and put them first because they put their lives on the line. But I feel like right alongside of that is taking care of, our justice system and our courts and giving you the resources that you need to keep criminals off the streets as much as possible, and then any time where a diversion program is more appropriate, more beneficial for the community, to give you what you need in that instance as well, because we don't want, nobody wants to see someone that just needs to go through a program to get off drugs instead starting down, a whole different life that ends up being detrimental to everyone around them and to the taxpayer as well. So I'm glad that we're looking at accelerating this, and so just, I guess, keep that relationship and that communication with the county administrator going. And then if something comes up where you look at something and you say, this would be a big difference maker for our community, this would keep people safer, or this would help people's sons and daughters be much more likely to stay out of the system from here on out. If you see something like that, bring it to them, bring it to us, and I'll take a close look at it on my end. And we appreciate you, what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, thanks for everything. And Your Honor, you identified some of the diversion programs that you oversee in Sarasota and Manatee County. And I did not hear about a veterans program here in Manatee County.
Yes, I preside over that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, anything else? All right, thank you so much. Dr. Hopes?
I think Sheila's going to present the state attorney.
I'm back. Yes, the state attorney won't be present, unfortunately, here today, so I'll be presenting their budget. It's pretty basic. Their budget is requested is $769,000, of which they got recommended the full amount. Basically, their increases are salaries and some market adjustments that they had of just catching up some positions that they had believed they were under market. And additionally, they increased on the court technology side, their electronic filing system. They needed an increase of $17,000, so they got that as well. The court technology fund has been doing pretty well, because the state has been adding some good funds to it. So it got recommended for funding. And that is all the state attorney. Coming up next, we have the public defender.
Is it common for the person to not show up at all?
Yeah, I don't think, I don't think he showed up.
Interesting. It's his birthday. Well, I guess you get your birthday off. Okay.
In some agencies.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. So like I said, the public defender is here to present his budget. Mr. Larry Eagard and Marianne Conlin, his CFO. His requested budget is $587,000, of which it was recommended $553,000. And with that, I leave you with Mr. Eagard.
It's still morning, so I'll say good morning to all of you. Thank you very much. Now that I know I didn't have to show up, next time I will allow the young lady to represent me.
Thank you.
In that.
Leave it to a lawyer.
No. I don't want this to become a grudge match. As you can see, the request, the only thing that does not seem to be included in our request is the increase in the funding for the administrator for drug court, with one from a 0.25 to a 0.5. Otherwise, you fully funded us. I guess one reason why the state may not have shown up is because we are likely to be returning to you with an amendment, because, as you know, the governor has very graciously in his budget included the cost of living increase, but he has left us in this sort of vague category of he's going to increase our funding per attorney somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. He's guaranteed the $5,000. You are only paying for one attorney in our office, and that's the drug court attorney. So we will be returning with that request, and maybe that's why the state didn't show up. I don't know. Otherwise, the budget is self-explanatory, and I'm better at answering questions than giving you fodder for questioning me.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore is on the board for you.
He answered my questions.
But you answered her question. So I don't have any other commissioners on the board. So I think you have escaped.
Reggie, keep your hand down.
Unscathed. I think you've escaped, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Hopes.
All right, and lastly would be presenting the guardian ad litem. With us would be Ms. Tony Letter-2 from the guardian ad litem. The requested budget for FY23 is $258,000, of which the recommended is such, $258,000. We know that with a request of 2 additional positions. One would be a child advocate manager and a best interest attorney. And with that, I leave you with the guardian ad litem, Tony Letter-2.
Good morning. And I have with me Paula Adams. She's our managing attorney for the circuit for the guardian ad litem program. But as Sheila stated, you see our request. And I don't have anything additional to add but the positions that we requested last year. And I understand the budget happens, but we're respectfully requesting those 2 positions this year.
So Vanessa Ball, excuse me, Commissioner Ball, you're on the board, ma'am. Go ahead.
Never heard you say my first name before.
I read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so glad that these positions are being funded this year because you guys, I don't know how you do what you do. I have a couple of friends that are guardian ad litems, and the stories that I hear from them, it's just amazing. And, we need to support your department greatly. We have a great need in Manatee County. We talk about the drug problems that we have. Half of the people that are affected by all of that is our children.
Yes.
So it's really wonderful. And what maybe y'all don't know is that most of your guardian ad litems spend money out of their own pocket to give to these children that they're helping. Whether it be clothes, books for education, whatever the case may be. I mean, they're there. They're almost like a substitute parent in so many ways. So thank you for all you do. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question. With most of these, I think with all of these, when I look at a line item for a position, it includes FRS contributions, right? And all of those contributions, is that the case with the 2 positions that you've asked for?
Yes.
Yes. So how much are you paying the best interest attorney?
The starting is 45.
You're going to pay an attorney $45,000 a year?
Yes. That's full time.
That's full time?
Yes.
Would anyone like to weigh in on that? I mean, I've been lost for words.
We gave them what they asked for.
We'll ask for more. There are 2 of us here.
How many of these attorneys do you employ?
We have 5 in Manatee County.
And you're able to fill these positions?
By the grace of God, yes.
Exactly. That is why.
You have to have a heart for the work. You really do. And they are there because of that. I mean, yes, we will.
I don't want to spend money unnecessarily, right? But I want to ensure also that you're able, we're in a public setting here, perhaps we should get together privately and discuss this. Commissioner Baugh?
Just to add to this, I mean, now you're kind of sensing where I'm coming from with what I've said. The people in this program, you got to have the heart for it. You got to care about the community. There's no politics in this. I mean, these are just downright good people who want to try and make a difference in Manatee County. And they do. And I mean, I have seen one of my friends just cry her heart out, because of something that happened with one of the people that she was involved with. And you got a lot of volunteers in this program. And we need to seriously take a look, because if any department deserves to be treated and taken care of in this group, it is this department.
Yeah,
That's all
I
I'll say.
agree. I mean, we have targeted, I fully understand that your employees are people who are truly compassionate and passionate about what they're doing. And I am appreciative of that, and I respect that, but I don't want us to, I want to be a good steward of tax dollars, but I also don't want to take advantage of, kind-hearted people who are doing a job for essentially the emotional rewards of the job. They should also be fairly compensated by their community. Commissioner Whitmore, you're next on the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I appreciate it if you do talk offline about it with whoever you're going to, because if I recall, the state attorney makes around that too. And I'm not sure with the public defenders. I can't believe.
I'll have a harder time getting compassion for the state attorney than I will the
wait a
guardian
minute,
ad
but
litem.
yeah, public defenders maybe then.
Sure, okay.
Okay, but what I'm saying is I would just look at the whole picture. I agree. This is my world too from years ago, but I would still just, we got to look at it prudently and just look and see, because
No, I appreciate
I'm
that.
shocked every year when I see that we actually have state attorneys. That's why they all leave, because they don't make any money, and public defenders too.
Sure.
But I would look at that and then maybe
Yeah,
do whatever.
and I have a couple of friends who are attorneys who started out in the state attorney's office. They cut their teeth and they jumped into private practice.
And we can look at that, but across the state, our attorneys are the lowest paid attorneys.
Well,
So
see,
they
this
do
is
not
relevant
make-
stuff.
they
Okay,
are.
all right, thank you. Commissioner Servia, you're next.
Yeah, I just, it's great discussion. Yes, we love what you do, fully support you. But we are giving them what they've asked for, and I think that that's our role here today. So, yes, I'd love to have other discussions. If it's not enough, let us know. But our job here is to fund what they've asked for.
So noted. Commissioner Satcher?
Yeah, I mean, looking at those numbers, first of all, I did find it. The governor released the different, first of all, when we went to Tallahassee, one of our legislative priorities, and I feel like some of the legislators were kind of looking at us, surprised. I'll just say that, because one of our legislative priorities was to fund more, or to see them fund more in the foster care system, and basically, helping children from a policy perspective. And I was really excited to see this was released from the governor when he said that they increased by $365 million the money from the state for foster care, adoption, child welfare, and guardian ad litem. So I won't say that he heard us, but at least we're in line with the way that administration was going. He put $365 million.
The majority of that is going to the CBC, the community-based care, but it needs to, because everywhere in child welfare is underfunded. I would just say that.
Yeah. I'm just saying that he's moving in the right direction. I think it's up to us on our level. Obviously, we are on a much, this is a much smaller budget than what he's talking about, but I think we should have some skin in this game too. So I'd be in favor of seeing some of these salaries increase for some of these positions. And so I'll just put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz and then Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, to go along with what Commissioner Servie said, we're here as the board to look at these requests quantitatively, not to tell everyone what good people we are qualitatively. They're well aware of what attorneys cost and what the market salary is. We just had this conversation about making sure people are paid commensurate and we're bringing in the right salary. You all know our feelings about foster care and guardian ad litem. We made it one of our top priorities, to the Commissioner Satcher's point. If they felt it was going to cost $60,000 to get a competent attorney in, they would have requested $60,000, and they're pretty confident they would have walked out the door with the $6,000. We're over here with literally no information, no salary information whatsoever. We're not HR, and we're just saying arbitrarily start paying people more. It's putting them in a bad position going out and finding somebody, because now we're basically expressing to the market, you can hit us up for whatever you want. We have to trust the budget in both directions. In one side, we have Sheriff Wells come in and say, I want this. We say, well, who are we to judge what he wants? If he wants all this, give it to him. Other people come in and say, I want this. Instead, we don't trust what they want. We're saying, let's just arbitrarily increase it 20% with no fact base. This is a fair, good budget, and if it comes back where they're having a hard time hiring these people because they're short 5, 10,000, they know they can come back to us, and they know they're going to get it. But I don't see why this is even open for discussion. When we have a request for a certain dollar amount and we're recommending the exact dollar amount, this should be a 30-second conversation unless you think it should be lower. At no point in time should we be saying it should be higher. The onus is on them to come back to us if they feel it needs to be higher. I don't see why we're trying to negotiate attorney salaries from the dais, if you will, at this point in time, because they know our willingness to support them if they needed more funds.
So it's not an arbitrary statement. She told us that this position is the lowest paid for that position in the entire state of Florida, and we are the policymakers, and therefore we are the ones who should discuss it. So I don't think it's a discussion that shouldn't be had. I think it's a discussion that should be had, and I have no problem saying I think the position should pay more. So, Commissioner Serbia, Satcher, Baugh.
Yeah, well said, Commissioner Cruz. I'm not even sure I can add anything to that, except that I will encourage the board. Thank you. I don't want you to cut me off. I will encourage the board to please always make decisions based on science and data and competent and substantial evidence, not how you feel. Okay? That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Lowest paid for that position in the state.
Please
Data.
hurry so I can go.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, this is the Guardian Ad Litem program, so I'm speaking more to that position, but whatever positions they have that are protecting our kids, I think are a big deal. Let's look at the facts and we'll look at the numbers. The facts and the numbers are, if you were annualized to a full-time employee, what we have just proposed to pay lifeguards, you'd be at somewhere around $36,000 a year. I think that's important. And here's the other thing that we all need to remember. Everyone on this board needs to remember. I didn't watch a lot of these commission meetings before I was elected because, anyway, I didn't watch a lot of them, but I saw a few. And you have to realize that these people, when they're coming up here, I'm just going to wait just a moment.
Oh, I'll take it from there.
These people, when they come up here, one of the ladies, when we said, okay, you're good, just breathed a sigh of relief. They don't speak in public in front of people all the time like we do. That's not their position. That's not normally what they're doing. And they have all seen previous boards dress down people coming up here asking for money when previous boards acted like every little pet project was gold for the county, but anything that our sheriff needed, anything that whatever, a different program outside of their purview, if they didn't have complete control of it, they treated them bad. I watched some of those meetings and I would get upset watching them. So they're all coming here with those memories. And so when we say they know we're behind them, I don't think necessarily they're looking at the body of work. Some of them have been in these positions for years, and so they're all afraid they're going to get the other, that we're going to say, I don't think you're worth it, we're going to cut you back in this area, et cetera. And so, and to say this is a new board with a new majority, and we are not like the old crew that majors on the minors and minors on the majors. I think that is an important message that should get out. I want people to understand it, and if I have to make it real clear, I am completely fine with it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh, you're next on the board.
I sit here. I've been on this board 10 years. I'm in my 10th year. Been here longer than all except for Carol Whitmore. Thank God. And I got to tell you, I have seen this board fund things and leave this department with nothing, budget after budget after budget. And you want to say it's because they don't come here and ask for it? They've asked before, and they've always been turned down. They've been treated like they're a red-headed stepchild every year. And what they do is serve the underserved people in this community that need the help. And I've got supposedly a seasoned commissioner and a fairly new commissioner saying that we shouldn't even be talking about it because they're come before us and we're giving them what they've asked for. I didn't say we needed to change the figures this year. To me, it's too late to do that. I just said that we need to look at this in the future and start taking care of our children in a better way. If I was up for re-election, I would have never said that, we don't need to worry about it. We're giving them what they've asked for. That shows you a lot, doesn't it?
Sure does.
That's all I'm going to say. But if you want more discussion, we can have it.
Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I will be happy to follow up with them. I want to make sure that they feel that they're empowered enough to ask for what they need as opposed to what they think they can get. And if there's a silver lining to it, I'm not saying this is it. As I'm looking at these numbers, and it is relatively low salary, but it is public employment, and it does make them eligible for income-based loan repayments for their law school loans and loan forgiveness. But not that that's the reason for it. But let me work with them and make sure that what they're requesting will make them competitive to recruit good young talent.
Yeah, what I understand, it's a short 10 years to loan repayment. So,
well, it depends on if the president does what he says he thinks he's going to do, but he changes his mind every month. And
like I said, 10 years. Commissioner Bellamy, you're next on the board, sir.
I am going to tell Guardian Litem thank you for everything that you all do. It's always great. I'm just going to give this analogy, and don't take it the wrong way, but it's always great for the children to have the parents on arguing about how much they love the children. And and we're excited about the opportunity to hear back from you all. If there's more funding than requested, we will take and obviously make sure, because all of us up here love kids, and we're excited. So the back and forth, we don't want that to intimidate you. We're fighting for your cause and fighting to support your cause.
Agreed. This is just sausage being made, but we support you. We're on your side here.
Thank you.
We're just sorting out how. Commissioner Baugh.
I would just say to this board, to our 3 new commissioners that have done a fantastic job this year, and to some that's already been here for 4 years, I would suggest that everyone go over to that department and take a tour and really see what they do and what they're up against. I think it would shock all of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I've been there. I have friends who work there. Yes, and whatever you need, bring it to us, and we will provide it to you to do your job.
Thank you.
And that's what we're doing today. So despite all the politics, which there's a lot of it right now, I love children, just like you do. And I will fund whatever you need. I will support that. So there you go, Ms. Baugh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now that we've cleared up, this is not about politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. 11:32, Dr. Hopes.
All right, Mr. Chair, Sheila is going to wrap up the last 2 very quickly.
I will.
Any questions on the property appraiser? Any questions on the tax collector? We good?
Yes. I just want to state as the final comment is that all of these judicial programs and constitutional receive additional to their funding some support cost. And in one of the slides, I presented the total amount amounting to $5.7 million. Most of it is on the sheriff's side because of their insurance is so valued and high cost. Besides that, I'm done with the presentation. Does anybody have questions? Sorry.
Commissioners, any additional questions? Okay, seeing no additional questions.
I was just going to say, for planning
Dr.
purposes, we're hoping that this afternoon should go quickly.
Okay.
So what, you figure an hour and a half at the most?
I'll make it work, yes.
Pardon me?
I'll make it work.
Okay.
What is on the agenda for this afternoon? Refresh my memory. And is it time certain? That's the next question.
Yes, it is. It is 1:30, and it's basically the fund summary review and citizens' comments.
Why don't we go ahead and do citizen comment
That's what
now?
I'm asking, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let's do citizen comments now. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on any of the items that we have covered so far today during the workshop? All right, has anyone, seeing no one coming forward, has anyone called in who would like to speak on today's workshop? No callers. All right, then we're going to close citizen comment. Commissioners, it's 11:34. Should we just press on into, is it a time certain, or may I?
No, it's not a time certain. Well, it was noticed. No, I think the
I wanna
notice
clear that up.
was all the way through 5 o'clock.
All the way through 5.
Yeah,
yes.
so you
thought.
can continue
sir.
with fund
And is
summary
this
if
the
you'd
same
like.
workshop? Do I need to adjourn and then reconvene? No. Okay, let's move on, ma'am. Let's move on into the summary.
Respectfully, I request if we could take the
lunch,
in
the lunch
afternoon,
recess?
Yes, because I need my team to provide the final version of the PowerPoint.
Okay, that's fair. Can we come back at 1 o'clock? Does anyone have an issue with coming back at 1?
Okay.
Okay, then we're going to recess this meeting until 1, you need 1:30? Okay, we're going to recess this meeting until 1:30 then. This meeting is a recess until 1:30.
So we're about to get started. If everyone would grab a seat.
It's yours. Good, how you doing? For you? Yeah. Commissioner Ball was coming. I gotta move.
So I'd like to welcome everyone to the May 3rd Manatee County Council of Governments meeting. I'm Ken Schneier, I'm the mayor of Longboat Key. I'll be your host here today in the Longboat Key room, of all places. And if you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. So we will move right into the agenda items. The first item is highlighted initiatives of the town of Longboat Key, and they will be presented by our town manager, Tom Harmer.
Good afternoon, Tom Harmer, the town manager. Thank you for having us today, the opportunity to host. We have 5 initiatives that I'm going to go through pretty quickly, just to kind of give you a snapshot of some of the things that are going on Longboat Key. And so we'll jump right in. The first is our undergrounding project, and many of you may have heard about that. It's almost a $50 million project. It takes all of the aerial utilities on the island and places them underground. So it's power, cable, any aerial devices will all be placed underground. It's about a 3.5-year project. We've been working on it now for coming up almost on 3 years. We're supposed to be substantially complete by December. We still believe we're on schedule to do that. I wanted to share with you a couple of images just to show kind of the significant changes that occur when you do that. There's a lot of reasons we're doing it, for resiliency, for safety, for aesthetics. And you can see on the left the picture with the existing power lines and the new streetlight poles that are replacing those older incandescent light poles. And then the picture on the right, this is in our southern portion of the island in the Country Club Shores neighborhood, where we're complete. That phase is completely done. And you can see that picture on the right now, where all that aerial utility wires, poles, lights have now been completely removed, and the difference that occurs with that. As part of this, our commission also said we have, and if you travel Longboat Key, you know this, we have service level issues with cell phones, mobile phones on the northern end of the island. And so one of the initiatives for the staff over the past couple of years was to find a way to have the AT&Ts and the Verizons and the other providers address that deficiency in service. We reached out to all of those providers. Verizon was the first one that responded. And so the commission recently approved them installing 9 new small cell devices on the island. So they're ordering the equipment. All that should be hopefully installed and operational by the end of this year. And we're working now with AT&T on a plan for them to do similar work. This is Gulf of Mexico Drive, State Road 789. And again, you can kind of see the aerial devices and then post removal by FP&L and how that looks without all of those above ground utilities. This was paid for and is being paid for by an assessment to all of the owners of property on the island. Here's an example of the poles that Verizon is installing. We have very strict height limits on the island, and so the small cell poles in the neighborhoods, there's 9 new devices being installed. 2 of those are in neighborhoods, and they're limited to 25 feet. And so you can kind of see on the left the 25-foot poles, and then those that are on the state road can go up to 35 feet. And there was significant negotiations with Verizon because they wanted to put taller poles. They'd prefer to put like a monopole, a very large pole. In our negotiations, they said they could do a 45-foot pole. We kept pushing them back to our code, and they ultimately agreed. So 7 of the poles will be 35 feet. 2 of them will be the 25 feet. So that's one of the projects that we have going on. Another one that's really important to the town is the creation of a town center. We have almost 5 acres that we've acquired over time next to the Publix. And we've been working on 3 different phases. Phase 1 was to really activate the site. There was an old restaurant there, the Amore Restaurant. That's been cleared out. And the site has been kind of opened up, seeded, so that we'd have grass growing and we could use it temporarily until we further refine it. Phase 2, which we're out to bid right now, is to put walkways, trees, lighting, restrooms, and a stage on the property. And the stage is privately funded. Our commission went out and asked our residents if they'd be interested in funding the stage. They came back within a few days, and we had a couple on the island that have committed $500,000 to pay for the stage. The town is paying about $1 million towards the phase 2 work to clean up the site. So you can see in the image, the orange walkways will be installed. There'll be lighting and trees and landscaping installed. There'll be a connectivity to our tennis center on the backside, and there'll be a restroom on the property, and the stage will be developed. During this transition between phase 1 and phase 2, this season, we had 9 different events on site, and so these are just some images from the various events. We had 3 different concerts. We had an arts festival. We had a market. The actual Coquina Market came out once a month for 3 months. We had the Hermitage in Sarasota County came out with an Artists and Thinkers series. And so we had a number of events with tremendous response. Thousands and thousands of people showed up. We had one event that Kiwanis hosted called the Annual Lawn Party, where we had approximately 800 people for that event, and they raised thousands and thousands of dollars for a local charity. And this is just an architect's 3D model rendering of what the outdoor venue will look like with the stage in place and the number of events and whatnot that can be hosted there in even a bigger fashion than this transitional year. And then there are 2 parcels on the site that are what we call phase 3, which would be for community center type construction for potentially a library function, educational space for classrooms, and a large multi-purpose space. And so we're now working to try and advance that on the property as phase 3. Third project I'll mention is our fire stations. We went out to the public 4 or 5 years ago now and asked if they would support building a new fire station to replace one of our older stations and to renovate the other station. We have 2 fire stations on the island. So this image is of our brand new station that's up and operational now, which is on the south end, and on the north end we spent about $1 million or so to renovate that station. The total cost for that was just under $6 million. St. Regis is in the Sarasota County portion of the island, but it's going to have a significant impact to us. We're generally a built-out island. It's really hard to get additional density on the island, redevelopment, because if you want additional residential units, you have to go to the public first, and then you go to the commission. So it requires a referendum even to add 1 additional unit, and we have pretty significant height restrictions. The St. Regis was the old colony site, so if you think back where President Bush was staying during 9/11, historic site, historic resort. It was demolished a couple of years ago because of unsafe conditions. There were legal disputes between the 230-some owners of the various units on the property. All that's been resolved. We're actually now under construction, so you see it going up vertically, 18 acres on the Gulf of Mexico. The developer has said that that value of this project is going to be somewhere between $500 and $800 million, but it's a significant project. He's set a June 6, 2024 opening date for the St. Regis Hotel. So he's picked a date and said he'll work back from that. And this is just an image showing the completed project. So for us being a built-out island, this is really a pretty significant redevelopment project. And then beach nourishment, another big project for us. We just completed 1 million cubic yards of sand. We charge our residents, if you're on the Gulf side of GMD or State Road 789, you pay 80% of the cost. If you're on the Bay side, you pay 20% of the cost. And so we put out the 1 million cubic yards, but we also built 5 groins on the very north end, starting at Greer Island and working around to kind of preserve that northern end of the island, because that's where a lot of the pressure is as the currents go south. And so you can see in this image where the rock groins were installed, they were not fully backfilled yet by sand. our sand sources were both passes on the north end of the island, the south end of the island, and also out off of Passage Key. Now you can see here that once the groins were installed and then they were backfilled with the sand, what that final product looks like. So it really significantly enhanced the recreational activity around Greer Island and on the north end of the island. We have a follow-up that we're working on, which we call our spit management plan, because a lot of that sand historically that we placed on the northern end of the island would pull into the pass and would grow this spit that was curving around and almost shutting off the lagoon that backs up to Greer Island. And it also starts to impact the Land's End dock there that's owned by the Michael Saunders family. And so we are through permitting, and now have signed permits from FDEP and the Army Corps to have an ongoing plan that we can remove that sand and bring it back around to the beaches on a recurring basis. So we call it our spit management plan. We also have, and you can see some of the smaller images, a lot of recreational activity that occurs right there near that dock and on that kind of eastern side of Greer Island. We get noise complaints, we get dog on the beach complaints, we get complaints about no place for the kayaks and the paddleboarders to land, and that sometimes the boats block access to the lagoon where there's private owners with docks. And so we're actually working with the FWC and have been coordinating with Manatee County about establishing some type of exclusion zone, swim area there, that'll hopefully find a balance to allow everything that's occurring now, but to occur in a little bit more organized fashion. So with that said, 5 quick items, just want to provide a highlight so you knew what we were working on when we were board here on Longboat Key. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Tom. The only thing I would like to add to Tom's presentation is that with respect to the Greer Island portion of the renourishment project we did, we had a contribution from Manatee County that helped make that project possible, and we thank you for it, but we thank you again. It helped us get that project done. And I know Tom has come and sat down, but I don't know if anyone has any questions for him. If you do, I see no questions, so we'll move on to item B2, Water Taxi Initiative Update. Elliot Falcione, Convention and Visitors Bureau Director.
Good afternoon. Really appreciate being here. It's important that we kind of keep you abreast of the initiative. We have talked to about half a dozen water taxi operators, and every one of them do not do business in the Sarasota-Bradenton area. With that, it took us a little bit of time to get them into the community because they were finishing up the spring season, being really busy. Where we're excited is they're really curious. They've had long-term success operating water taxis around the state of Florida. And we've actually met with a few recently, and Dr. Hopes has been part of some of those meetings as well. So where we're at is we have a couple water taxi companies coming into the community. Some have just recently come in. Some are coming in very soon to survey the waterways. You all know it, the landing spots that make sense, the accessibility channels, the depth. Parking, some locations may need parking, some locations may not need as much parking. Where people may want to get onto a boat or get off of a boat based on the amenities that are available to them. And also, we've given them a lot of tourism information, data that is invaluable to them, and they're cross-checking it with their ridership demographics. Where do they come from? See if it aligns with our target market as well, their interest utilizing a water taxi and the seasonality of it. The exciting thing is we'll be meeting with water taxi operators, or at least 2, very soon to get some data based on their surveys that'll actually help define the type of watercraft that they would recommend. Honestly, we're probably looking in that 25 passenger to no more than 50 passenger water taxi, and ones that have an enclosed area for weather conditions. It's been really interesting. This is my first toe in the water. Chad Butzo and the transportation people have been around the table as well. Y'all would appreciate that the trolley up and down the island, the bus systems have to align with the water taxi route, or whatever that route might be. The media has been really excited. I've had more media calls about the water taxi than like when World Golf Championship came in. It's amazing, the enthusiasm, but we can't get emotional about it and move this so far down the road and potentially miss a step. We know, and Dr. Hopes would agree, this is going to be a public-private partnership, no doubt about it, one way or another, and that'll be figured out pretty soon. Most of the big water taxi companies have told me when they started, it took about almost 3 years to really ramp up and to have a full-blown, really good, sustainable system that has a good base of people most of the years. So, you know, they're coming from more dense communities, so we're really, really curious of what their findings will be as soon as they get back to us there. Now, thank you. Tom Harmer has really communicated really well with me on this. Of course, the city of Bradenton. Mayor Murphy invited me out, I guess almost a month ago, to give his city council an update as well. Of course, Mayor Shirley Bryant's on our TDC, and you know what's really, really exciting? When we mention the Marriott Hotel, maybe I'm leaving a little cat out of the bag, you will no longer see Sheraton on the side of the future hotel. Marriott has announced that it's going to be a full-service Marriott now. You talk about an enhancement to our urban core to Palmetto. We have special guests that just flew in, Lee Hancock and Leslie. Wave your hands, they're very humble people. They are the hotel owners, flanked by their son Chandler, an up-and-coming actor. He'll be better than me on stage. And then, of course, you all have met Tony DeRusso, the bearded guy, flanked on Lee's side. But when I mentioned to the water taxi operators the hotel with the convention center, I tell you what, they're really enthused about that. And that's where really Palmetto potentially adds to that route of, imagine a water taxi coming from here across to Bradenton and then out to the island. So stay tuned. We're on it. It's important that we don't miss a step. And we're being thorough. And I'm truly blessed to have Dr. Hopes around the table. He's got some really good ideas that most of us don't. So I think with the minds of Chad and Dr. Hopes and the water taxi operators and the elected officials, your role is really, really important. And I assured you all that we would keep you in step with us, so there's no surprises. So stay tuned. We will meet individually with the cities once we gather some more information, and then I'll come back to you probably in a setting like this, hopefully very soon. And I'm open for any questions.
Anyone? All right, thanks very much, Elliot.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Next item on our agenda is affordable housing. This is a discussion topic. So who would like to lead it off?
Does this thing work? Yeah. I don't know if there's anything from a council of government, this is George Cruz, Manatee County. I don't know if there's anything meaningful. I think what we've been seeing recently is a lot of different organizations working within themselves and trying to individually work with groups. Manatee County, we just did a work session with City of Bradenton. We had a conversation about how do we work on our zoning together and our heights and densities together to facilitate affordable workforce housing and growth in general relative to our urban core. I know the school board, I believe you're working on your impact fee study right now. So I think that's kind of holding up that aspect because, I mean, one of the easiest ways, or maybe not easiest, but one of the best ways we could facilitate this is with waiving of impact fees and working with the developers to keep costs down. But until some of these impact fee studies are done, it's kind of a devil's in the details. It's harder to waive your current $6,000 plus than it is if you had it in a more tiered structure and it's a more nominal amount. So I think there's a lot of movement in Manatee County in terms of affordable housing. I think the consensus, both from everybody around this table and in all of our tables, as well as the public, is this is a critical component of the future of our community and something that needs to be dealt with today. But I think where we stand right now is everyone's kind of doing their own piece. I would say some of us from the county, I know everyone was invited, but some of us from the county are going to the Florida Housing Coalition annual conference the end of August. If anyone within your municipalities are interested, you should take a look. By all means, reach out to me. I'll send you the link and the information. I've been to it a few times. It's a great conference with a lot of information, a lot of elected officials talking about what they're doing in their communities. So it could be beneficial to everybody. But I think that's about the extent of the affordable housing update I have. Here's like an 8-hour YouTube video of an affordable housing discussion our collective board had, which you're more than welcome to go watch if you're looking to fall asleep or just want to see us talk for a while. But that's about it on my end.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Commissioner Cruz said it right. On the school district side, we are anxiously awaiting the conclusion of our impact fee study. It should be happening like I don't have said that straight up. It should be, our draft of our impact fee study should be available very soon. And as Commissioner Cruz said, that alignment of the county's structure and the school board structure for the purpose of reduction or elimination of on our end school impact fees for either a price point or a square footage or whatever the case may be. But I'm kind of repeating from the last time I think I addressed you all was we're just waiting for that study, and that's our plan is to coordinate with the county to reduce those fees. There was one other topic on the school district side, which was the possibility of utilizing vacant school board properties to partner with a builder to build affordable housing for our employees. There, at this point, doesn't seem to be the will to do that on the school board just yet, because we haven't really moved forward on any of those ideas. But as always, we are continuing to listen to public comment, and we're open to whatever, in whatever way we can help. But like George said, we're just, until we get that impact fee study, that's the most immediate and impactful piece that the school board, I believe, has to offer. So, but I do want to express my appreciation to the county commission and the city of Bradenton. I did watch most of those 8 hours, and I did stay awake. But I thought, having been following this issue for a long time, that was the most in-depth and longest list of concrete ideas that I've seen come out of this conversation, probably ever. So kudos to the city and to the county commission for taking this head on. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to ask
Yes.
a question. Are you saying that the school district possibly has property that we can look at for affordable housing project? I mean, because if you're going to say that, and that's what we're here to meet for, let's talk about it.
Matt?
Yes, go ahead. Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy, the school board does have vacant property, but there are a few factors that go into those properties. One, some of those properties are so far away from anything that they don't really make sense for affordable housing. Others of those properties are, there are size concerns. And then the third concern is we may need some of that property for future school sites. And so there's really, and this is just me speaking, this is not the superintendent, this is not the other board members. I think we really have 2 or 3 that are viable for, potentially a 15 to 20 unit type building. But the conversation's ongoing, but it's just kind of humming along right now. So we're not close to a decision point yet.
Well, okay, I see where this is going, because when I'm seeing some of the school board members closing their eyes real tight, like they're getting ready to enter a nightmare, I know what that means, so. But if there's an option, we would like to hear it. What we've been talking about, not just from the county perspective, but holistically, we need to identify if there is some land, whether it's 15 and 20 units or 1,500, 2,000 units. I mean, we need to look at whatever our options are so we can show the community as collective leaders we're concerned about the housing crisis, and we're going to take some steps forward, collaborate, and identify what we can do to address some of the concerns that are out there within this crisis.
Can
Yes.
I respond?
Yes.
I'm Gina Messenger from the school board. We have had thoughtful conversations about it, but I believe one of the pieces of information that we did receive was from our attorney, which stated that land that we own really couldn't be used for a purpose not for schools. So that would mean that we'd either have to sell it or work out some sort of deal in order to make anything like that happen. I think that was where our conversations, I don't even know the right word to describe, but I think that was what hindered some of our conversations is what would be the best approach if there were a piece of land. We really couldn't become the landowner, the landlord, because it would not be a school use any longer.
Yes, sir.
No, I understand that, but that's why we have lawyers here. So we can identify, who can take up the land and how we can get the land developed. But I think this is a new development. I don't know, not the commissioners, Mr. Cruz, were you aware that and there's no options for us there?
Yes, George.
Thank you. No, there are options and there are pieces of land, but it's the school board's land, it's not ours, and they can make whatever decision they want to make, and they're listening to their council. I know there's pieces next to Bay Shore, you got Wakeland, you got the place over by the transit center right there. There are excess land that can be utilized. Some places like Bay Shore, for instance, directly across the street from Boys and Girls Club, great access for after-school activity. It's on major infrastructure in terms of roadways. It's a solid location, and I'm guessing Bay Shore is not going to be dramatically expanded anytime in the near future compared to, say, Palmetto and Lakewood Ranch and Parish, which are all being expanded. So there are options, and again, I'm not an attorney. I think there would be solutions. You could ground lease out a portion of it. You could sell a portion of it, and like we're looking at with our land banking opportunities, we're looking at land banking, bifurcating the parcels, and putting deed restrictions in prior to turning around and selling it. In my opinion, just like we're doing with land banking, I would think you could go in there and basically say, work with us as the county, and if it's a piece of property in the city, work with the city as well. Work out an agreement so we have a mutual partnership here where we're waiving impact fees and you're selling off the land. We're putting deed restrictions saying 50% have to be workforce housing or affordable housing, and maybe even work it out saying a condition of the sale is 25% or whatever it is of those units get leased back to the school board at whatever it is, so you can use it to retain or recruit teachers going forward. So I would think there's some options. I think you have some great land that should be utilized, especially when you're talking about like your trans area. There's a 7-Eleven going in there. We're fixing the intersection there. There's expansions going there. It's right by 44th, so it's easy access back and forth to employment. So I think there's some options. But again, I'm not on your school board, and I don't expect the school board to tell us what to do with our land, nor would we tell you what to do with your land. But I think there's some options that I think the city, the county, the school board, everyone collectively would be more than happy to work together to facilitate it, even if it's 100% for teachers and school board and school support, because I've said it before, I think the school board has the biggest, most pressing need for affordable housing of anybody in Manatee County, because you have probably the most people who qualify for workforce housing based on the size of your employment base, not to mention the 1,000+ homeless students that could all certainly use a roof over their head and some good internet access when they're working from home. So I think everybody in this room would be more than happy to work with all of you on the school board to the extent we can get some land and facilitate that.
So I guess where I'm at, and I apologize, I don't normally talk that much, but here we go.
Go ahead, Mr. Bellamy.
We have two potential sites, Bay Shore and Wakeland. And I'm just curious what our next steps are for us to see, can we activate that conversation?
Yeah. Commissioner Bao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Commissioner Cruz made some very good points, so did Commissioner Bellamy. I think we're at the point, the county is, and I think the city of Bradenton, where we are ready to take the next steps.
Yeah, what's the next step?
So I think what Commissioner Bellamy is really hoping for is that the school board will come along and get beside us and work together. Because as Commissioner Cruz said, the majority of people that we are looking at that need affordable housing, most of them, a lot of them work for the school system. So we're trying to find a solution. We're looking at all the land that we own to see how we can put it into a land trust and move it forward. And we would hope that maybe we could have let's say a joint meeting with the school board to discuss this situation to try and move us forward. Because we're at the point where we need to move and move rather quickly. We've lost a lot of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Anyone else on this subject?
Right here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, you know, we had a joint meeting not too long ago with the city and the county, and some of this was discussed. But I think the important part that we've got to realize is we got to think outside the box. And, you know, I mean, we know that our monies in the city and the CRA can't be mixed with the county money, but some of the things we can do is maybe overlay districts, different ways to create more density when we're building some of the affordable workforce housing. Right now, we've got 3 projects that are, 2 of them are under construction. One of them will start probably by June. One of them, 199 units of affordable housing on 14th Street. One of them is actually going to hopefully see a building getting torn down pretty quick, which is 137 workforce housing, and then the other one is 80. But what we're doing in that 80 units is it's going up 5 stories because that's what the tax credits and the different things you can do. But we've got to work with our legislators to figure out how we can, you know, go to 8 stories and get more units. And I know the cost, and, you know, they got to figure all that out. But if we can actually give them opportunity to build more units with some more density and height, it would help. Because, you know, we're talking about a couple of 100 units that we're building. That's great that we're going to have them, but we need tens of thousands of units in this community. So we've got to figure a way to start, you know, really thinking outside the box and working together. And I do know on these units that we're building in the city, there is already some impact fee credits, obviously from the city. The CRA is giving monies. The school board is doing some impact fee credits already because of the size of the units. So I think it's out there, but how do we get it going quicker? I mean, in today's paper, you know, you've been reading about the Nashville model and all of that. So we can talk and we can talk and we can wait till August to talk again, but then we're that much farther behind. So we really need to start getting some of these studies done and working forward and getting some opportunity. I don't know exactly how to do it all, but there's a lot of smart minds in this room and a lot of smart minds in this community. And I think there's a lot of developers that will do things that if we just task them to do it, but we got to get them land. So, you know, appreciate it. And I know our council has talked about this a lot and trying and working together, but we got some deep things to do ahead of us, but we appreciate the effort, and I think there's a lot of great people working towards it. So thank you.
All right, thanks. Anyone else on this subject? I don't see any more hands, so that concludes our formal agenda. Next item is public comment. Is anyone in the public who would like to speak? I think you would come up to the speaking post in the public section and identify yourself.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County activist. So I appreciate you guys meeting regularly. I know there was one time when you guys weren't meeting so regularly, so I do appreciate that. I do feel, as a lifelong citizen from this county, being born in Manatee Memorial Hospital, and I say it in my BOCC meetings all the time, this county has taken on a life of its own. It's changed so much so. It is no longer affordable here. This used to be one of the most affordable areas in the state of Florida, and it's not that way anymore, and I really applaud each and every one of you for actually making the effort to address this. Because when I hear that residents in this county, 60% of them are homeless for the first time, that breaks my heart. And as a community member, and as you guys part of our government, it is up to the responsibility of both of us to work together, try to resolve it, and bring in the people needed to resolve those issues. So this is very concerning for me as a lifelong resident here that has many generations from this one county. I don't want to see my neighbors on the street. We need to petition our governor to start reducing some taxes on our gas. We are a community of retirees here. There's a lot of people that can't afford to be driving. They can't afford to go to their doctor. They're living on $900 Social Security. These are real issues that are facing Manatee County residents and the people that reside here. And so I just want to thank you. Anything that you guys can do to help that, please do. I implore you to do. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak? Seeing no one, We'll move on to the topic of other comments by officials. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, it looks like this is going to be a quick meeting. So thank you very much. The next meeting of this council will be on August 2nd at 4 p.m. in this room. Thank you very much. We're adjourned at 4:40.
Good morning. Today is April the 21st, 2022, and we will call our Seaport Manatee Port Authority meeting to order, and we will start with my good friend, Chaplain Matt Ennis with invocation, and then the pledge will follow.
Good morning. Morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for trusting us as stewards of your creation. Be with these men and women as they do the business of the day and for the seaport. You've brought this diverse group of individuals together, each with specific talents, to serve the greater good. Provide them with clarity and unity as they consider the business of the seaport. We come to you for wisdom, guidance, and support on all which is considered in this meeting. May the well-being of the employees, tenants, customers, truck drivers, seafarers, and all who do business and engage with Seaport Manatee always be at the forefront of these meaningful discussions. May your righteousness transcend all things. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we will go into audience introductions.
Okay. I guess, yeah, maybe Dave, yeah. Oh, Mike. You know, true. There you go.
Dave Sanford, Port Staff.
Jennifer Cowan, Port Council. Virginia Zimmerman, Port Staff.
Jim Jones, Bradenton Herald.
Mark Meyer, Regional Rail. Charles Tillotson, Port Staff.
Malcolm Edwards, Port Staff.
George Eiseminger, Port Staff.
Abby Lindekamp, Port Staff.
Dan Fitzpatrick, Port Staff.
Teresa Darden, Port Staff.
Where is she?
Brian Sutton, Logitech USA.
Good morning, Anthony Bates, Logitech USA.
Denise Tuck, Del Monte Fresh Produce.
Max Stewart, Bradenton Area Economic Development Corporation.
Susan Schroeder, Clerk Staff.
Good morning again. Matt Ennis, Chaplain, Anchor House.
Terry Fluke, Tampa Bay Pilots.
Josh Hendry, Transmontane.
Robert Blazer, World Direct Shipping.
Daniel Blazer, World Direct Shipping.
And as we see, we've gone through the audience introductions, and now we will open it up for public comment. Now is the time for public comment. Do we have anyone in the public that wants to comment on the agenda item? We have no one that wants to comment, so we will close public comment, and I will turn it over to Mr. Carlos.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief housekeeping item. Items 3D and 3J need to be revised to include a test language, which I have already signed. Then the chair will sign that. We need to update you on the test language that wasn't included. It's right over here. After the chair signs it, the clerk will put it into the record. Today's meeting, we have two very, very, I think, outstanding speakers because they relate so closely to what the port is doing lately. And although, you know, I think we're going to change the order. I don't know if Daniel Blazer want to go first, Daniel? Second? Okay, we can have you come second if you like. Okay, then come on up. Come on up. Come on up.
Next time it's yes or no.
Because yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, my man?
Come on in. Okay. Now I want to introduce Daniel as well as our next speaker. And so Daniel and Robert Blazer, in fact, the shy and retiring Daniel Blazer in the back, the founder of World Direct, along with Daniel, and the founder of many other companies and organizations. But particularly to us, you know, World Direct Shipping is an extremely, extremely valued and important customer because of the commitment they have made to Manatee, Seaport Manatee in general, and the region. He'll be able to tell you more about this. But it's really something very, very unique. The business they have started, and most of you have already heard about what they did. They took essentially, you know, what is a totally different business, the produce business, you know, the market business, the consumer business, and went into the shipping business, you know, how to lose money quickly. In the shipping business, but they make, you know, in the produce business. But they've met with tremendous success, tremendous. In my, you know, 30 plus years in the port industry, just in Florida alone, I don't think there's another company on record that not only has had this success, unprecedented, but also headquarters are in Palmetto. It's the only large container company, not only, you know, in the U.S., because they now think, by now they're probably the 24th largest shipping line on imports. Mind you, it's mostly imports for now. On the 100 in the U.S. That's no small feat to go from 0 to the 25th largest in the U.S. on imports. So without going any further or taking away any of the additional information that Daniel's going to give you, I want to introduce you to Daniel Blazer. Nice. Here you go.
Do I have to use this?
Yes.
You're on TV. Okay.
Is it on?
I'm on TV?
It's not on, I don't think, right?
You will be.
Yeah,
We'll be
so you
watching
just
you at night when we can't sleep. It's on our TV.
Oh, that's horrible to tell them.
I know.
I doubt if I'll be doing that, Daniel. I said, I doubt if I'll be watching you at night when I can't sleep.
So,
We're bad today.
I think I'm supposed to be just giving a State of the Union. That's kind of how it's going.
State of the Union, yeah.
So, I guess a little history. We just, like you said, produce business is the heart of our business. That's why we started the shipping business. We started with a chartered vessel that was leaving from a small area. Told you I didn't want to use it. How about now?
Oh, yeah.
So we started with a ship that was leaving from a small port that had no equipment at all near our Mango packing house. And so we started with that with a chartered ship, and little by little we decided to buy a ship and then expand our port calls in Mexico and add other ships. So now we have 3 of them, Queen B1 and Queen B2 and Queen B3. Two of them are sisters. The small ones are sisters, and Queen Bee 3 is a bigger one that Reggie drove one time.
Is it still together in one piece?
He had a lot of supervision. Other customers like the idea of having a fast service from Mexico, and they have more and more over the years, especially with the border problems and shutdowns and closures and whatnot. So we've always been interested in rail. I've always liked trains and garbage trucks and ships and airplanes. And so I've been talking to CSX over the past, say, like 5 years to a bunch of people who don't listen. And
I like him.
yeah, it's been tough. We thought that it was the most efficient way to get to the Northeast via Manatee, because otherwise you got to send a ship all the way around Florida and up to the, it takes lots of ships and lots of times, lots of days. And so I was talking to CSX about, hey, why don't you just pick up our containers from here and take them up there and come back, because we could reload over there and come back. But if you send a ship, it's all going to come empty from the Northeast. There's nothing from the Northeast going to Mexico. So, like I said, talked to a bunch of people that didn't care. There was even one guy who said he'd done research on that, a land bridge, and that he thought it would be a great idea, but I think they have him in the basement, like office space. He's the guy with the stapler. Yeah. So he gave me some numbers, but he said, don't tell anybody, because I shouldn't be telling you anything. And so kind of let that go dormant for a while. And then we had some customers call recently because all the congestion up north. We handle Samsung and GE and other customers into Florida. And so they all have distribution centers in the Northeast, and they called and said, please send one of your ships up there. And we said no, because we can't just send a ship up there and come back in 2 weeks. What's going to happen to the business we already have? But I used that and sent a message to the CEO of CSX and told him, hey, I've been talking to the guy in the basement. I've been talking to all these guys for the last 5 years. Here's their names. They just come and punch in for a paycheck, and that's it. So if you want to do something about it, call me. And then he called me. And I ignored him because they ignored me for 5 years.
I knew you were going to say that.
But then he called again and emailed me. So I picked up his call. And he said he was very interested. He apologized for all the people that do nothing at his company. And he wanted a meeting. So he hooked me up with his secretary. And then his secretary hooked me up with her secretary. Can you believe a secretary has a How many secretaries do you have, Reggie?
I don't have a secretary.
I can assure you not two.
Right, I have one.
Right? Why does a secretary need another secretary? I have no idea. So anyways, I finally, once they call you, you can't ever call them back. And then you can't even call the secretary back. So I did talk to the secretary's secretary, and she made the whole plan. They figured out when they were coming down. They had to fly the jet. Where are they going to fly the jet? They need 5,000 feet of paved runway for the jet. It's not going to happen around here. So we figured out where they're going to fly in. They came in here with all their bodyguards, and we had a meeting. Carlos Pucaris, he put them in their place, and they thought this was a great idea. And so they're coming again Monday after 3 months of deliberation, and they have a list of demands. And so what's their list of demands? They want 8,000 feet of track, I think, maybe more, because they want to connect, the containers have to go somewhere and whatever. They have this, that's what they need. I'm sure Mark Meyer will talk about exactly what plan he has. They want 24-hour non-TWIC terminal access because their idea, non-TWIC, TWIC is a...
No, I know, we got one.
Okay, you got one of those?
Mm-hmm.
because they want to, basically to make this work, they're going to cut volume from their other terminals. And so so there's going to be a lot of volume coming here that was going to other terminals. And they want the terminal experience here to be better or the same as what their other terminals are. So they don't need TWIC access to go to the other terminals. They don't want TWIC access here. They got 24-hour access to their terminals. They want 24-hour access here. So that's one thing. Another thing. They want us to start with 200 containers a week within 12 months, which is a lot of investment because we have to consider the turn time on the containers. It means about 1,200 containers. And they want to grow it, they want to grow it to, we told them how much space we have on our vessels and stuff, and so they want to grow it to like 400 containers over the next 3 to 5 years. And they want an airport with at least 5,000 feet of runway within walking distance.
Are you kidding us?
Of Port Manatee.
Oh, it looks like he's dead serious.
Is this a joke?
Well, they want to fly their jet in here and not have to drive an hour. Okay?
April Fool's Day is already gone.
We've got an airport close by.
We do.
There
It's
is an
amazing
airport?
what we can do when we want to.
He owns the airport now.
Who?
I know. You're telling secrets. Stop.
He owns the airport.
Talk to that guy in the back.
Yeah, it's not 5,000.
You guys get his cell phone number. Get us some gravel. And a paving machine. Where was I?
Airport.
Airport.
The private jets.
Okay, they want one of those. They already have the jet, they just need the airport to land on.
At least they don't want us to.
But other people are like that too, because there's plenty of other big companies that want to come here and see what's going on. And with the intermodal service coming down here, it's going to be a big, people are going to want to put DCs, because they want DCs, they want distribution next to the railhead. So on our side of the bargain about the 24-hour access, we're going to add a third shift here shortly, within the next couple days probably, to start that process so that we can operate 24 hours a day. So we've added a lot of equipment to do that. We do our own terminal services. We've started stevedoring in such a way that our people can be rested and not work 24 or 48 hours straight, while still keeping our production going and efficiencies. And we're constantly making changes to handle the growth. It hurts sometimes, it's painful, but we'll fix it. So, anything, did I miss something, Carlos?
No, I think you covered.
Oh, go ahead, Carol.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Before you even started talking, she asked, can she go
I
and
did.
finish?
I did.
Before you even started his presentation, she asked.
Yeah.
Oh,
So let's-
sorry.
So let's go to Commissioner Ball.
It was a lot more than what I anticipated, though, that you said, so
Did you
great
take
job.
notes?
I did take notes, as a matter of fact.
Looks like a blank sheet of paper.
It's because it was the second
Oh,
one.
okay.
She filled the first one out.
I'm on my second page now.
Good.
My first thought when you started was, can we just have him run for the county commission? I thought, my God, what an asset he would be. But then when you really got into it, I was like, forget that. You need to stay where you are. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where we go here. And I love having you as a partner here at Port Manatee, your company, World Direct. I just want to say thank you for being here. But also, I seemed to be hoarse this morning. I think he must have got me all riled up or something. I think it was the airport. I want to say, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your company is the largest purchase of property in Manatee County that's not residential. And that is huge for the port. It's huge for Manatee. And as you know, we sit not just as the Port Authority, but also as the County Commission. And so, I just think it's fantastic what you guys have done and the investment that you've made. And obviously, I've got a feeling that that's just the tip of the iceberg. from what we're going to see and the growth. You know what? You mentioned growth. I love growth. I think that growth is a good thing as long as it's done well. And your company, of course, has shown that you know how to do it. So I wanted to go first because I wanted to just tell you that I was so excited to have you guys here. And just to let everybody know the investment that you've made in Manatee. And I'm sure that you'll find, Reggie,
Yeah.
I'm sure that you'll find our chairman who represents us in that regard will work very diligently with you. And we've got a great port, and we look forward to what the future holds.
Thanks very much. Those are going to be the most expensive watermelons in the world that were grown on that property.
Reggie, I'm glad you're the chair right now.
I'll give you one, too.
Welcome. I'm the longest serving elected official that's been on the Port Authority since 2006. And been here through the recession and now where we are today. And I remember when you were being discussed at our Port Authority meetings before you came. So it's so happy to see what I see today versus before. We had like 400,000 in our reserves, or maybe $1 million. That was it. And it's a little different here in Manatee County. Actually, in case something happened, we have to guarantee that, you know, we have to help you in case, or we have to help the port in case there's issues financially and stuff. But the non-TWIC, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we do that, if that's legal, because I just know it's all required by Homeland Security. And so that, the airport, my friends, the readers used to own, you bought it from them, and I went to high school with one of them. But I don't know if that's something that you guys are looking at, or you just tell them they got to go to Sarasota or Tampa. And the 8,000 miles of rail, 8,000 feet of rail, where were they wanting that? Were they wanting that on your property across the street, or what?
Oh, actually, they don't want any traffic jams on 41, so they just they want to put it over here.
On here, so then it connects in, and so that's something we'd look at. I don't even know if we have that much room.
That's why we have staff.
No, well, you've been talking to staff, so you gave us some big obstacles that I guess we'll have to find out if there's ways that we can accommodate that.
Nothing is too big.
Listen to you. I like him. He doesn't take no for an answer.
I like that.
Well, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying those are the things that stuck out with me. And actually, Congressman Micah, when he was transportation and committee, we were one of the few that actually required the TWIC. And everybody has them, but they don't have the readers, where we have the readers. So there's a few that do, but not. He was impressed that we actually did it because of the Homeland Security issues. So I don't know. That's something and Vanessa's right. You'll have to go through staff, and those are big, big things that we have to accomplish. What's our time frame since they're coming down tomorrow? Next week?
Well, we won't finish paving the runway by Monday.
No.
So
you have the beginnings of a dirt one unless you covered it over.
They could land once there.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Just remember, she did say she was the oldest.
Yeah. My friend, no, well, she's actually the oldest.
Oh,
but
don't
my friends actually
No
fly into that airport, have flown into that airport for years, so I know smaller planes can do it. But anyways, those are big asks. I'd like to hear a little bit from Carlos, because it's very interesting, and I know you got our chair. You'll be working with us through these issues, but I'm glad you brought them to our attention.
All right, a couple things. I've had opportunity to spend some time with the Blazers.
You're kidding.
And what I always do, out of one eye, I watch Daniel, and then I always make sure I make eye contact with Dad, right? Yeah. And I remember the first time when we met, and we actually had opportunity to tour Queen Bee, and it was this is a great family. And for the things that they're doing, and for the industry, the word juggernaut comes to my mind. Because what he's basically telling all of us is we're going to find a way to get this done. We're going to
exactly
move.
What he's saying.
we're going to move, and we're going to make sure these next steps that are in line, we're going to make it happen. I'm excited. Obviously, you all know Daniel have a different type of sense of humor, and but he's about his business. He's about his business, and his knowledge of the industry and his knowledge of his ships is incredible. And I was like a kid in a candy store when I had an opportunity to tour the ship and tour the engine and look at how all the horsepower and everything to take place. You know, being a young kid from Palmetto, you don't get an opportunity to see things like that a lot. So I was just, you know, blown away. And then, you know, to sit down and to see their energy and their effort. And they move quick. They move quick. And I don't really think Daniel and the family takes no for an answer. But we're excited. We're excited that you all are here. We're thankful more than anything because I can imagine what's going to take place in the next 3 to 5 years and the economic impact and what will happen on behalf of the port and all the things that you all are going to bring to our community. So I would say thank you. I would say thank you.
Thank you, guys.
What are you, it's almost 500 acres across the street. That's about the size of Robinson's. So that's pretty big. Are you going to, it's not going to be residential, right? It's going to be industrial, I'm assuming, that land? Or do you know yet?
I am tired of staying at the Hampton Inn.
Okay, so you can put a hotel there?
Well, I honestly
no, maybe just
Wait.
like a trailer or something I can.
Oh, okay.
I can walk across the street, go to work.
At its appointed time, I'm sure all that information will come to the forefront. A lot of those discussions, a lot of things.
Well, that's Manatee County side.
Right.
That won't be the port. That'll be us as a county commission. That's what I was just wondering.
If I may.
Well, everyone that spoke,
Yeah.
except Commissioner
You have
Satcher.
anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate that I'm glad you guys are here and getting stuff done. And I would hate for us to, in a future presentation, be named alongside CSX
Yeah.
employees. And so my plan is that, you know, we'll get on it and make it happen so that, you know, that's a lot of employment. That's a lot of business, and sounds like CSX is setting it up to be more than just, I mean, they want to be able to move a lot of stuff out of here. That sounds great. And, you know, of course, you could have a totally different place to land planes, but if it's the one we're thinking of, that's exciting. And watermelons are exciting as well, so.
Expensive.
Delicious.
Delicious, yes. But that's exciting and part in my district, so that's exciting. I can always say that 50 times, okay? So I guess I'll move on, but I think you'll find us to be favorable and good partners, and if not, we'll get on it and make sure that happens for you guys, and we appreciate it.
Commissioner Ball.
Great, thanks. We are looking forward to a long-term partnership with the CSX. I don't want to sound negative when I talk about the CSX. It was quite an experience, and it will continue to be one until it's happening. But they're committed, and they're willing to make a long-term commitment. And so I think that's going to be great for the area.
Great.
Commissioner Ball.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair. All jokes aside, and this has been a great time this morning. I can remember, I might be the oldest in age, but I haven't been here as long as she has. I've only been here since 2012. But I've chaired this committee 3 times. And I got to tell you, CSX, you know, we have discussed many times wanting to grow CSX and wanted it to grow here at the port. I remember right after I got elected, we bought a new locomotive, as I recall. And so this is kind of a dream that we are going to be able to share with you in growing Port Manatee, growing World Direct, the whole thing. So we are super excited, and I think you're going to find that our staff will work every way and try to figure out how to be able to do whatever needs to be done to make it successful. And if you should need a part-time job, so you don't have to stay in that trailer, I wish you'd run for county commission, I'm just saying. But not for his district, though. But thank you for being with us this morning, seriously.
Welcome, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you. Just wanted to add one comment, if I may, Mr. Chair, and that is, again, that to my knowledge, never has the president of CSX met with, you know, the one who talks to the secretaries and the one who, you know, persistently has reached out to one of the largest corporations in the U.S. Not easy to deal with them. And so we will certainly continue our cooperation with the CSX. And with regard to Commissioner Whitmore's comment with regard to TWIC, there is a way that there are reconfigurations, realignments of our footprint that would allow for that to happen. So it's possible without ever breaking any TWIC guidelines or rules. It would have to be done and can be done very well. And that's a must because the truckers and the users need to go in and out seamlessly without having, to use the TWIC badge. So, again, great company, fantastic partner, as you all have heard. And interestingly enough, we, matched them up with Mark Meyer, who is, the person responsible at the Manatee Railroad now that we provided, the operating agreement over the next few years to tell you the rest, because while Daniel is really an expert in shipping and railroads, this person here next, Mark, is a real expert on railroads. They run railroads all over the U.S. Mark, if you'd like to come up and tell us about, how you're going to make those things happen.
Yeah,
because
this is
they
gonna
will
be an
the other
interesting
partner, right? That's the,
We need 8,000, if there's any way possible that you can pay for that.
Thank you.
Well, Carlos, I'm not following Daniel ever again, just so you know.
Can't say I blame you.
So before I get started, a couple of comments. I do know that they have corporate helicopters, so a helipad might be a little more reasonable. But to introduce myself, I'm Mark Meyer. I'm the Director of Marketing and Sales for the Southern Region of Regional Rail. And Regional Rail is a holding company that we have a number of railroads across the U.S. We are partnered with a company by the name of 3I Infrastructure, and 3I is the fund behind our holding company that allows us to purchase railroads all over the U.S. So right now we have 7 railroads. We came into existence in 2007 and started purchasing railroads up in the Northeast. That was prior to my tenure at the company, but in 2020 they came down and purchased the Pinsley railroads, which were the 3 railroads that we held in Florida at the time, the Florida Central, Florida Midland, and Florida Northern railroads. As of this past year, we started operation at Seaport Manatee and are extremely excited to operate here. This is our second port. We also operate a port in North Carolina, the Port of Morehead City, and it's an interesting concept. I worked in just about every type of transportation in my history, but trying to teach the railroaders about boats has been very interesting, to say the least. So this is just a list of where we have railroads. So you can see the southern region, which is our most important area, is the area I control, and that's the four railroads here in Florida, and I have partial control of the CNLA up in North Carolina. So what do we do as a short line railroad? So we interact with the Class 1 railroads. We are basically the local pickup and delivery service for the Class 1 railroads. They do long haul really well, and we handle customers very well. So we spend a lot of time working with the customers to figure out how to better serve the customers. We also work in industrial development, and we work within
the local municipalities that we're located in to develop safer and better rail service. So our focus in Florida is to develop our freight network. We deal in industrial development, transloading, which is helping to shorten the haul of trucks. So local delivery will bring it in by rail, and they will deliver all the products out to the customers that are not directly on rail. And then we also work in the warehousing world. When we took over at the port in December, I got, it was an interesting situation. I got a call the very first day that we took over, December 1st, from Daniel. First conversation we had, he introduced himself and explained to me that he'd been trying to bring intermodal to the port for some time. I was trying to make sure that our operation ran flawlessly the first day, so I was interested in what he had to say, but kind of, Daniel, I'm a little busy today, but let's figure this out. And then I got a call a couple hours later. Hey, I just wanted to let you know I spoke with the CEO of CSX today, and he wants to come down and talk about this further. I dropped the phone. It went under my seat. I had to try to dig it out, and because that type of conversation does not happen with customers that are even moving significant volume on rail. So to catch the attention of the CSX leadership like that, I commend Daniel for his patience, because dealing with a large Class 1 is interesting. As a short line operator, I know it's difficult. I call it the railroad black hole, because as Daniel said, you place a phone call and it disappears. But that's where we come into play as a short line operator to bridge that gap. We are customer centric. We are very interested in making sure that our partners and our customers see the value of rail. It's important for the infrastructure of Florida. We can't keep putting trucks on the road. On the drive down here, I live up in the Orlando area. Oh. And I have now started to plan for about a 2.5-hour transit down because of the amount of traffic on the roads. So we're very interested in seeing this develop, because if it doesn't, that's more trucks, more containers, it's congestion, and it's not going to change. It's just going to get worse. We have, as a company, been involved with a lot of state projects. I'm going to highlight one in particular. So we've worked on the strategic intermodal corridor in the past. Back in 2014, we redeveloped our entire main line through Orlando, putting just over $18 million into the infrastructure to allow for further use for the freight corridor, as well as potential expansion of the Sunrail to take commuters off of the road. So we're very familiar with working with the municipalities, working with FDOT to make these projects happen, to fund these expensive projects, to advance the offering that we have. Most of the railroad here in the state of Florida was put in the early 1900s. So we're talking 100+ years of track that's needs to be expanded, needs to be developed. And we're in the business of rail preservation. You don't build new railroad very often, other than into industries that are directly next to your rail line. Outside of that, they're taking rail away and turning it into trails and bike paths, which that's all great for the community, but it doesn't help with that congestion issue. So Daniel brought up some of the things that we're looking at with our strategy for Port Manatee and the intermodal offering. They need 8,000 foot of track. That is a significant ask. That's millions of dollars worth of track. So right now, I think in total, with the interchange yard and the track on property currently, there's about 7 miles worth of track. A majority of that is main line for operating to all of the customers. So we have located a spot that we believe will be perfect for this operation. It'll allow for the ask for a non-TWIC area, and it will work for supporting the interchange yard. We only have 4 tracks out on the interchange yard. Those 4 tracks are about 2,800 feet each. So with this intermodal offering, it will just about take up the amount of space that we have available to be able to serve the current customers and some new customers that we are always trying to generate business with. So if you see here, oh, there we go. We are right next to the intermodal building that we're in currently. There's that big ugly pile that's out behind the building. We hope that we can work with some folks to put rail in to help get rid of that pile and eventually turn that into an intermodal yard. In the meantime, we do have our serving yard, which is directly adjacent the Martin Marietta site, that we can do an interim intermodal yard at. So that's existing track. It just needs the ability to have a container yard next to it, which from what we figured is possible. So this is the now, and here we have the future one, and that is 4 tracks of about 1,400 foot in length. Some of the things that our railroad will have to do to support this operation is right now we're a 5-day-a-week, 8 to 5 p.m. service. We'll hire crews. We'll have to put on locomotives. There's a lot that will go into this. We have the ability and we have the want to see that develop. Developing an intermodal yard with a short line railroad at a port that is not direct Class 1 served is unheard of. So this is definitely the case study with CSX and the other Class 1s. So we're extremely excited about it. We believe that it can happen, and we're going to. This is the big project here. We're continuing to try to develop new customer base. A few of the things that there is not currently operated at Port Manatee is a transload yard. Things that will help support local businesses that are not directly on rail. We believe that with this build out, we'll be able to open up track that currently is being used for other operation, the holding of cars and whatnot, to expand our service offering here on the port also. Seeing freight move through the port is my number one goal for the next 2 years. They've challenged me to make this my second home. So Daniel, I'm going to need a space for my trailer right next to yours, if that's okay.
It's better than Orlando.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I lived in Southwest Florida for 15 years, and when I went to work for the railroad, I told my wife, and we had just visited Disney 2 weeks before with our kids, and she said, I don't know how people live up here. So I go to work for the railroad, and I said, well, we're going to have to figure out how those people live up there, because that's where we're going.
Yeah.
That's how it always happens.
Yeah, so we're extremely excited about what we have going on here. We can support World Direct and the Blazers to develop this piece of business. We've been speaking with CSX and figuring out the operational issues that need to be resolved. CSX is excited about this, and anytime you have Jim Foote behind a project, it's going to go.
Cool.
Okay. Any questions?
Lots.
Okay.
Who? Me? Oh, I thought sure I'd be last on this. You know, it's funny, you talk about Orlando. I have to go up there 2 or 3 times a month for meetings, and the traffic congestion is crazy. I mean, it takes me, you're right, 2.5 hours a lot of times to go from my home in Lakewood Ranch to Orlando, or even worse, coming this way. So, you know, I wrote down, you mentioned, I wrote notes. I mean, I got 2 pages again. Regional rail, yes. Regional rail. I mean, that when you said that, I was like, oh, I think I'm going to like this. You know, I know that you've probably had meetings with our chairman, and with, you know, obviously with Port Manatee, but, you know, it seems like, I don't know, it's the weirdest thing for me. 21 and 22, there have been so many things that have come up that has succeeded, and it's things that we've talked about for my 10 years in this political world, and so many of them are coming true today. And I don't know if that's the sign that maybe it's almost time I can go home and be in the real world. That would be great. But I'm really excited. When you say, you know, CSX, I mean, this is a dream. I mean, I've looked at several of the people out in the audience this morning. They're looking at me like this, yes, yes. So we're very excited. You know, we have one of the best lobbyists here at the port, well, I won't mention his name, but, you know, with the state of Florida that does deal with Tallahassee, that should probably be able to be very helpful. I'm sure that there'll be meetings along that line. And then I think with the chairman, you've probably already had meetings with Congressman Buchanan.
Not on this topic.
Congressman Buchanan, you know, if everything goes right, which it's looking, again, like that's going to go right too, come November, will be the chair of the Ways and Means Committee.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, all the stars are kind of getting aligned. Isn't that weird? So we do have, and we've got a great relationship with DOT. So, you know, all the stars show that maybe we can really put this together and work it out, and we'll have a great family. We already have a great family at Port Manatee, but we can grow it even more. So I'm sure that I can only speak for myself on this board, but I can assure you that I'll do anything I can to try and help any endeavor that the port feels we need to maneuver with. And I look forward to hearing from staff and seeing what you guys think and how you think it can be done. And this is a great time for Port Manatee. It's an even better time for Manatee County and Southwest Florida. So let's keep it going. You've got partners in us. Thank you.
Some of my questions may be for Carlos also, so don't leave. First of all, if you go in the back of your book, you can see the layout of what you were talking about. And the bottom right slide, that's where is that fly ash that's covered over behind us, Carlos?
No,
What is that?
That's phos rock.
Oh, okay, all right. So that's what would be where the intermodal, transmodal?
So
That big, yeah, what is that? Is that where the train comes through?
that would be four-track ladder track to be able to support the intermodal operation. So the reason that we have it there is we met with our engineers, met with our operations, and figured out to lay it out where it would be reasonable for World Direct to load the trains and offload. This was the best place that we could find, and it's almost the only place that we could find to make such a large operation work.
Now, I've served 3 times as chair in the past, and I think, isn't CXX, are they like across the street that we hook up to, or are they on this side of the?
So this is their track running right next to there.
Because years ago, we had to improve it, okay.
Yeah, so one of the things to consider with the interchange from CSX to the short line operation, they're running longer trains. They'll most likely tie this in with the juice train that goes down to Sarasota. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I thought, because they have their own tracks too. That
Yes.
goes over the river.
Yep.
Okay.
So the way it needs to come into the current interchange yard, which will require a track to come across Piney Point Road. But we've looked at how to operate this and how we would break it up in the interchange yard so we wouldn't impact the traffic for any more than 5 minutes. Each cut of cars that we would bring over to the intermodal yard. So we really looked at how the operation was going to work and how we would ensure that we weren't interrupting the rest of the port business that is so crucial to be on time and to keep the trucks flowing in and out of the port.
And to hear your comments regarding Daniel, or Danny, now I'm starting to call him Danny, I think you call him. Daniel, to get him the attention of the CXX top management was very interesting, and all the stars are aligned, so we do need to move forward. I have one question for Carlos. Do we pay for the 8,000 feet, or does CXX do it? I remember they did another time. I mean, how does that work?
It's yet to be determined how that will occur. The financials and the construction, the first, as Mark said, we have the interim solution up here while we work out the long-term solution. The financing, would need to be.
So we can do it sooner than later?
Well, it depends.
I mean, to get everything lined up, okay.
The footprint's there, we own the land.
Right.
So that's doable. The material that's there, it's not going to remain there. It's supposed to move out, which, as Mark said, with the railroad. And so, we do have and control the footprint. So it's ours, it's the Port Authority's to, do with it what we want to do. And we would bring back proposals to you for your consideration that address, taking the steps to do that and to reach the ultimate, large footprint of these rail tracks to support the operation in its full phase.
Do you know if the state allows, because years ago I would have never said we could never do this, but does the state allow you to do projects where you upfront fund them and then they reimburse you in their cycle? Because I know we have money.
We have, of course, our FDOT expert. I think a qualified answer is sometimes. Am I correct? It depends. It really isn't that clear. It's how convincing we can be.
Right.
And our case with FDOT. But, they've become more flexible lately, as long as they know it's a real project and we're not just, trying to get funds for other purposes. I think there is a way to collaborate more closely with the financing and the state.
And like so Vanessa said, we have a great lobbyist, so, upfront funding it, and then get reimbursed whenever the cycle is. That would be great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I think the reality of it is, in the initial phases, and there's a lot of work to be done, and the collaborators have to come to the table. A couple of things that came to my attention that I want to kind of speak on, as far as when Daniel spoke, as the concerns with 24-hour access. And sir, you made a comment about the non-TWIC areas. Just from my understanding, within the port property, and then looking at your potential, area where you're gonna rail with, connect with CXX. What are we identifying, or where do we identify non-TWIC areas as far as the port? Because that came up.
So.
I just want to understand that a little
Right,
better
so,
for me.
we have a secure area.
Familiar.
That's essentially the fenced area. Within the fenced area, those close to the dock are highly more sensitive, and we have actual guards there, depending on the operation going on. And so we would have to realign the fence or carve out a part of the port, which is doable, to exempt it from TWIC. And so that is perfectly doable. It's allowable as long as you carve it out, and we have a way to do that. So it's not going to be.
And that was pretty much my thoughts, is how it's going to get done. And obviously our security measures our security protocols that we already have in place. Now, when you start talking about non-TWIC areas, because of all the concerns, with access to the bay and things like that, I'm sure we'll be in front of that, but it was just a question that I had. Okay. Mr. Satchel.
And if I understand correctly, it's pretty common to have it's great having the fence so far away from where the ships are actually loading like we do now. But if I understand correctly, there's plenty of seaports that have the fence, the TWIC area closer to and still are perfectly safe and operate every day and have for decades. So I don't think this is a brand new brain surgery. It's something that's been done. Am I correct about that?
My experience is you're right. It can be done. You've seen one port, as everybody says, you've seen one port. However, in our configuration, we have the capability to carve out areas, to exempt them from TWIC. And even we have protocols now, security protocols, that allows us, even within TWIC, to allow them entry in and out of the port by monitoring them with our cameras and with physical guards, so they don't have to have TWICs. So as long as we know we collaborate with the Coast Guard and Customs to do that, they're very agreeable to letting us operate. And as the old saying goes, the most secure port has no business. So we don't want to be that most secure port without any business. And so that flexibility, as long as we set up the procedures and protocols to secure the cargo in a way that U.S. Customs, Homeland Security, as well as Coast Guard are agreeable to it, we can have it done.
Commissioner Ball, are you done?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm anxious to sit down and have a meeting with staff and see how we're going to move forward and get all this done. I think it's a very exciting time for the port. It's a great time for your business. It's a great time for World Direct. It's a great time for all of the businesses that we have here at the port. And we're really seeing results, and we're very blessed in that regard, because there's been other ports that I've heard that haven't been as fortunate as we are right now. So it shows, as I always say in these meetings, it's all about our staff. Y'all make us look really good. Thank you.
All right, so in my closing comments on this particular topic, this kind of reminds me when I was ready to transition out of the military, and the captain said, "Well, what are you going to do next, Corporal Bellamy?" And I say, "I really don't know, but I put my shades on." And I say, "My future's so bright, I got to wear shades." And that's where we are with the port right now. We have a very, very bright future and a lot of good things that's coming our way. So we're excited. Great news. Thanks for both presentations.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Woo! Yay.
You can leave it on. You can leave it on. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
I got a feeling
Thank
it'll
you very
move
much.
fast.
Thank you.
It's going to move fast.
What a day we're having.
Now we have consent.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for your consideration would be the consent agenda. That we only have consent today, so we would look for your consideration of the approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion.
Consent?
Second.
And we have a second. Do we have public comment on the consent agenda? No, we do not. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Is that
Commissioners.
direct comments?
Well, we call for public comments if you want again, one
Do we have
more
a public
time.
comment?
Okay,
No public comment?
thank you.
We'll close it.
Nobody on the phone? Okay.
Nobody on the phone. You watch our meetings.
Well,
This
you
is
never
not
know.
live.
I want to make sure
Yeah.
nobody
Everybody on
called.
the phone.
This
I
is
wanna
not-
make-
this is
I want to
not
make sure
live.
nobody called and, they were not attended to. We answer our phones also.
That was good.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll go into brief Board Director comments. Again, record numbers, as you know, thanks to companies like World Direct. We're kicking on all cylinders. The numbers are record growth, continue to be that, as well as, the revenue growth, as well as the net earnings growth are all kicking in, not just growth for the sake of growth's sake, and losing money. We have to remain profitable, and you really, as a board of directors of a business, here, setting policy for us and the direction and supporting those businesses we have here. What's important about this is that often board directors go out and get a customer. The customer's very happy, they come in, and then the board doesn't agree with anything the director said. And that customer is shocked and then goes to another. We have the opposite here. We have an extremely supportive board. We bring the deals to you for your consideration way ahead of time, and that's what really makes a sport successful. Tremendous growth, even as you know, with the ranking for our produce and refrigerated commodities, 92% growth. Okay, 92% growth. The fourth in the state. Oh, there's our rail. Right? They're letting us know they're here. Tremendous growth, there. Thanks to companies, like Del Monte and World Direct. We continue to supply the produce and the materials and all the other products that come in through the port for the local community. Again, we are looking to the master plan. It's for the next 20 years, although we revise it every so often. It's very positive. The volumes are positive. It's a process, though, that we're required to do and like to do because it sets the direction for the next, 5 to 20 years. And ports can really, grow rapidly in that amount of time. So we had the congressional staffers a few weeks ago. It's important, again, to have them here so they can be seeing it when their bosses are not available. But thanks to the board, the outreach with the delegation is outstanding. And so this was just an opportunity for the staffers to see and to hear what their bosses, already know and what the board has already told them. We had, Senator Boyd, again, someone who was well known to the board, but he wanted to give a little tour of the port, to really see what's going on for him and his staffers. So we love to accommodate that kind of opportunity to show them what's happening. Very surprised, very happy to hear what's going on. That's, just, I'll say this so Paul Anderson can stay in his place. I know you were thinking that. So we put, yeah. I didn't want to, but Paul Anderson and even this year, I think, with a bit of luck, again, it's cooperative. FDOT, we play in the sandbox. I'm the vice chair of the Florida Ports Council this year. So we are all happy to work with each other. And in fact, growing the business as a result of the growth in business, not letting the containers and the throughput go to another state. But this year, likely, we might even be very close or even surpass calendar, not fiscal, calendar year, the Port of Tampa, which is the whole idea. They're growing and we're growing. Okay.
There was another one.
Miami Everglades, they both grew together, very successful. So it's a matter of raising all the ships, not taking cargo at the expense of another. And in fact, this growth is not at the expense of any Florida port. We didn't take one container from a Florida port. And we will be, closing briefly South Gate for construction, expanding the ability for the port to be able to process drivers at both gates, north or south. Again, it's needed because of the volume you heard. The truck volume, the car volume is growing dramatically, and we need to keep up with this. and this will provide us that opportunity. If you're all available, we'll put it on your calendars. We'd like to have a ribbon cutting on our expanded container yard. See all those blue containers, and even the Del Monte containers, the blue containers. We have containers of all colors. And so again, it's a significant investment for the port. It will allow us to grow our containers even more because the containers bring the consumer goods that the residents of Manatee County and even surrounding counties want to buy. So we bring them closer, less trucking. It doesn't have to come in through Miami or Everglades. It's coming in from here, shorter, and even those that go long will be on the railroad. So it's a win-win. And that's it for my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Nothing on your report. I was just going to say under comments, I just wanted, Logistec is here, and they have two members that I haven't really noticed before. I'm so used to Andres being in the audience. I see him on Facebook, but I haven't seen him lately. And Del Monte here also. So I'm glad that you guys are here. Logistec, I remember when we took the loan out for Big Joe, and now we've got another crane and possibly another one coming. So yeah, so it's growing, and you've been with us through the hard times and the good times. So I want to, and Del Monte, of course. When I was chair, we drove up to Tampa, and it was negotiating a contract, and Del Monte was having second thoughts about something, and oh my God, it was so stressful. So I'm glad you're still here partnering with us. Thank you.
To all of you.
Dave Sanford reminded me, I forgot to mention something very, very important. Thanks to Logistec also, of course. We partner on the cranes. There are 2 new berth announcements, 2 arrivals of 2 cranes tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Tomorrow. We'll have
yes.
video, we'll have footage, we'll have everything.
So we'll have 4?
Yes,
Whoa.
Commissioner. Yeah.
5.
Well, five with the one that's already here, right?
Wow, good. Congratulations.
I remember when we thought we were
You
great
want to
with
say?
one.
Want to say a few words?
So thank you.
No? No. Okay.
Oh,
well,
come on down.
Andre's on vacation, so
Yeah.
his passes regards. But yeah, we're very excited about the 2 new cranes arriving tomorrow, and our partners.
You can't. You have to be on.
You got to
on
do
the
it.
Brian Sutton, OVC Sales and Marketing for Logistec, and no, thank you for the recognition. And again, Andre, Ms. Woodbar, as you mentioned, would normally be here. He's on vacation this week.
Sorry, let me see here.
Start all over. What's your name?
Oh, great.
I want one more time with feeling.
Yeah, good morning. Brian Sutton with Logistec, oversees sales and marketing. Anthony Bates is here as well, our local operations manager. So, again, thank you to our partners here. We're excited to have the 2 new cranes arriving tomorrow. So once we get them commissioned and everything, I'm sure we'll be up and running within the month. So now thank you for all the support and look forward to continuing to do business here in the future.
Is your requirement that you must speak French since Madeline is your
No, it is
owner?
not.
Okay, okay.
Not us here in the Southeast, at least, but.
But
Anyway.
we do offer French lessons at lunchtime
Yeah.
And Carlos teaches
for
those.
those
Yeah,
for
yeah.
those that want to partake.
Yeah.
So we will be doing that in case some opportunities. Right?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carlos.
Thank you.
So thank you, Dave, for reminding me. So
Right
again,
now.
that will allow us to
We have a
again,
question. We have a
double our
question.
capacity.
We have a question from Commissioner Sanford.
Sorry, didn't mean to. This will be off the topic you're on. So were you done with what you were just?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I thought of a question that should have been asked earlier, but, so the intermodal, of course, I realize we're early on and this is vision, but I also realize we've got some go-getters, CSX is, coming out of the basement. So is the vision for 100% of what goes on at the intermodal to be World Direct, or would there be a 5%, 10%? Would there be access to other people that would like to use that spot to ship things by rail?
Well, without putting words in Mr. Myers' mouth, I think it is an open system. Obviously, the more the merrier, the more volume, the more profitable. And reduces costs for everybody. So my take would be that it's open to anyone who wants to use it. So it is an open system. So it's really, the ability to put on rails for World Direct or other companies that want to take advantage of this.
Wonderful. That's good news.
Okay, we'll go into commissioner comments now. Am I correct?
Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore, do you have any commissioner comments? Commissioner Barr, do you have any comments?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Commissioner Satcher, do you have any comments?
I'd just like to say I'm glad to be here on what was a historic morning. This is exciting times. I'm glad to be a part of it. And I also just wanted to point out the power of businesses and the power of capitalism and things that as a government, if we were trying to do, would be a disaster. But when businesses get involved, they can get a lot done. And I believe our main job is to set up an environment where the American workers and American companies can figure out how to solve problems for consumers and for people, and we just set up the environment and try our best to get out of the way. And when we do that, good things happen. And so I'm just excited that I was here this morning. Thank you.
All right, in closing, a couple of things. Obviously, we had a couple of commissioners that were not here for various reasons, but they did communicate with myself and Mr. Buchanan, so we're okay with that. The new cranes, that's great news. It's indicators that business is good. And due to the fact that business is good, we must make sure that we say thank you to our partners and thank you to our leadership. But we have to acknowledge the fact that Power 100 has, thought of Mr. Buchanan as one of the most influential business leaders. And I honestly think that's the indicator based on the growth and the things that's going here with your leadership and your leadership team.
It's really
exactly. That's why I say with your leadership and your leadership team. So in closing, I would just say thank you, sir, for all you do, and to the leadership team, especially legal, keeping us out of trouble.
And that's a hard job.
That's a hard job. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you do. And if there's nothing else,
We're so glad we have you. I mean, you are Manatee County. Mr. Anderson, ring the bell. That's all I'm going to say.
anything else? All right, this concludes our port meeting. Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. We'll give you a Kevlar one next time you break it.
In this book then? Go in this book today?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. And we are back here Monday, June 13th, a budget work session of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. Dr. Hopes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, this afternoon is intended for the CFO to both refresh your memory from last year and to walk you through how to basically read the fund summary documents and interpret them. It's not intended to do a deep dive line item by line item because we would be here until tomorrow morning. So with that, I'll turn it over to our CFO.
Thank you, County Administrator. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're back here, and this afternoon I'm going to be talking about the fund summaries. Like Dr. Hope said, I'm not going to go through all the 160-something plus funds that we have actually in our accounting system. But what I'm going to do is that, as per Florida Statute 129, I'm supposed to show you a balanced budget. So what this one is going to do on Wednesday, we presented to you all the department's needs and wants. This one is going to bring the entire budget together, looking at the revenues and how they work with the expenses as per funding source individually. I have structured this budget presentation in tiers because it's important to establish that we have some funds that are heavy hitters, meaning they are large volume in dollars and they place more impact in the budget than others. For the sake of understanding how to read all these documents and to go through some of them, I wanted to kind of like, Hunter, can you start the presentation? Walk you through a sample of our fund summary. As a reminder of our total recommended budget, and this aligns with what we presented, is your total budget FY23 is $1.9 billion with a net budget of $1 billion. And these all, if you add all these tiers, all these funds, that's exactly what it sums to. In each one of these tiers, so tier one is all the funds that go over $40 million for a total of $1.4 billion. Tier two are those funds that go from $10 million to $40 million to $371 million. And tier three are those funds under $10 million. This fund summary sample right here, it's to explain to you how each one is aligned. So we start first with 3 columns. One will show you I'm in the right slide. The 3 columns will represent your actual, which is the last audited financial statements from 2021 numbers. The second one will show your adopted 22, and then the third one shows your fiscal year 2023. As per GASB, I'm supposed to show all these 3 columns. And then as you move down, you will see that we start with our base. Our base is the cash carryover. That's the cash that the fund has. And that's the building block of how we initiate our budget. The second one will be of all the revenues as we anticipate them coming in or as they were budgeted. And identified by item as all the sources of revenues that come into that particular fund or group of funds. There are some of them that had to be combined that have the same nature of the funds for the sake of not showing 160 plus sheets in the presentation. As you move forward in that same fund summary analysis, you will see all the expenses moving towards inclusive of transfers, and then ending with your total reserves. Some funds will have reserves that are itemized by whatever the set-aside use is. Their salaries reserves, projects reserves, capital reserves for projects, for stabilization, and your 20% reserve. Does anybody have any questions? Not yet. So I'm going to start with Tier 1 as we move, and I'm going to walk you at least so the understanding of the general fund. The general fund has $483 million in reserves. And if you look at if you go to page, what is it? Page 9 of your book or of your slide. So with the understanding the general fund brings a 5.0942 mils, we start with the beginning balance of $131,679,481. From there, that represents the cash as it was estimated where fiscal year 22 is going to end. We have to estimate 22 only because, of course, fiscal year 22 is already is still in motion and it has not completed. We make the best projections that we can, knowing what we know as of the end of March 31st.
Before we go on, Commissioner Whitmore has a question.
History. When we got rid of the CRAs, or we moved them into the Southwest TIF, we promised always we would have a certain amount in the CRA, correct? But I know we've been bringing it down a little. Is any of that money's in this pile right here, the CRA funds? I mean, so the rest of the board knows what the commitment made when we started the Southwest TIF?
So in FY22, there was a balance in the CRAs on both inclusive of the 14th and the South County. There was $152,000 left.
Okay.
As for this year, they have placed the remaining in the line item for the use of this year's budget. I will get with the department so that they can give you a briefing on what are the purposes and uses for this year.
It was for law enforcement is what we gave. I have always promised to keep the money in there for law enforcement in the CRA over by Samoset and, over by Oneiko and stuff like that. Is that what we're going to still keep money in there for law enforcement, or no, will that eventually go away?
That will eventually go away based on the funds that were available in there now. Whether those, there's other CRA monies in each one of the municipalities that have a CRA, inclusive of the Southwest TIF. So if you would, that probably will come in place and funded through one of these other funding streams.
Because we had promised the commissioner at the time in District 4 that we would keep those monies in for the law enforcement. That's why I think it was Sabatino then. I just want to make sure that we're still following through with the commitments that we did to the district commissioner at the time.
I'm sure the commitment will still remain. Okay. It's just the funds that we have been using from the use and retention of those funds in the back.
Dr. Hope.
So, Mr. Chair, we're trying to walk through how to read the report, not get into the detail of it.
Well, this is our job to know what the budget is, so I wasn't allowed to ask a question?
That wasn't the point. I apologize.
That's okay.
You're the most experienced. You're way ahead. I mean, we're just trying to walk through how she's laid it out.
Okay. I just had that one question because the Southwest TIF and the CRA used to be all one or two, and then we were going to make them one.
We'll get you the balance.
The CRA lives in the general fund. The Southwest TIF lives in its own funding source. So as I was...
Commissioner Ball on the board as well.
And Sheila, you're saying it exactly as I recall. I was here when all that took place, and you're absolutely right. It was, by the way, Commissioner Whitmore, it was Robin DiSabatino, but It was that the funds that were left in the CRA, we were going to spend that money, on law enforcement. And I believe lights was also part of that equation, as I recall. But there was nothing said that we were going to replenish it. That was not the way it was set up. We were just going to spend what was there, but we never talked about replacing the CRA or putting more monies in there to cover anything in the future. But thank you, I just wanted to mention that.
You're welcome, Commissioner. So moving forward, each one of these funding sources has its unique funding streams. So you will see some of them will have the similarities, others will have unique funding sources in them, such as the transportation trust fund will have the gas taxes added to them, some portions of it. In the general fund, you have other funding sources that are like charges for services such as ambulance fees and so forth. Those are included within your charges for services. Moving down into the expenses side, you will see that it's itemized by the department that is being funded. There may be more than one, there may be several. There may be constitutional, there may be judicial programs as well. Those are itemized in this format. And then moving on, you will see transfers. Transfers are those, as we mentioned, those are the ones that, as per GASB, we're supposed to hold the funds on one funding source before we can fund some other items such as capital projects and things like that. Moving towards into the reserves, then you will see that, like I expressed, there's special different types of reserves. So we have the reserves for contingency, which has those special set-asides in there. Each one will have defined a description of what the special set-aside is for. For example, in the general fund on page 12, you will see that we have the board's reserve for contingency as a special set-aside. We have other reserves such as for debt service for our future new debt issuances that are coming in the pipeline. We have other sources such as in 22 we reserved that funding for the environmental lands millage. In 23 that's gone, of course, because we're starting to levy that in this year. Then you will have other purposes. We had a repairs list of things that need to happen. So the general fund has placed these set-aside reserves in there to cover those costs, as we know now. And then you will have other set-asides, such as the cybersecurity and so forth. And then finally, you will have the salary adjustments, those that are like, as we had discussed, set for the merit and the market adjustment alignment. And then we walk down to the end, it would be the cash balance operating that sets the 20% that it's for each fund is adequate to have. Then anything after that is what we call stabilization. Remember at the beginning of the Wednesday's meeting, we said that Manatee County is going to do two things. One is we're investing in our projects. So we have added capital projects inflation reserves as per direction of our administrator. And then also we had saved some of those dollars for stabilization. It's a rainy day fund so that in the event of what this economy brings, we can, or any other environmental impacts, storms or so forth, we are prepared.
I know when I met with our administrator the other day, and the sheriff talked about it this morning, we are looking at more storage for gas. So that's something that we probably hadn't budgeted in a 5-year plan, but we could use it in one of these funds, right, if we needed to, like we need to build, you're going to be building bigger, larger gas storage and stuff. Okay.
Yes.
Just for the record, the board approved $600,000 last board meeting for a new fuel storage tank that's going out to Televast.
And in this budget, you also have 4 more recommended for funding as well. All right, so with that said, Dr. Hobbs, you want me to walk through more of the funds, or? All right. So as part of the Tier 1, we have the second largest fund, which is, we all know it's the Water and Sewer Operating Fund. This one is inclusive of their debt service fund as well. With a balanced budget of $265 million, the utility department has several departments that utilize the fundings of this fund in itself. Inclusive of the IT department, utility department, of course, public works, parks and natural resources, and property management. This fund is mostly, as we all know, it's an enterprise fund, and its funding unit is based on rates. So on Wednesday, the utility department will be coming to talk in general about both their business operations and capital improvement plan, and how all the rates are going to be built upon based on these two areas in their budget. Moving along, we have the utility as the utility capital projects as the third funding source, highest funding source at $152 million. This is the building blocks of their capital projects, so it includes all of their capital improvements plus all those bond funds that they have outstanding out there. As we move along, the next one would be, of course, the Solid Waste Operating Fund, inclusive of their debt service funds, at a budget of $110 million. This fund is, of course, another enterprise fund, and it's mostly for the operations of the landfill. And that is why this fund is mostly funded again by rates, and the revenue stream is mostly very steady. Now, one thing that I got to say, the solid waste is mostly funding their operations, but they're also funding the stormwater operations of the system. The next one will be the Health and Self-Insurance Fund. This is where our employees' health insurance fund live. It is a very healthy fund at $96 million budget, but it also carries all the claims expense out there, and we all know that the health plan over the years has had quite a bit of an impact. So the reserves are very healthy, but they're going down. So the department with Dr. Hobbs are trying to make the best of our plan moving forward.
Okay, Commissioner Whitmore has another question.
Question, the fund, the insurance fund, is it still true that the county pays the first either $300,000 or $500,000 per employee, and it goes into our Aetna reinsurance, or is that why there's so much in this? I can't remember. It used to be we paid more.
The stop loss?
Yeah, can you explain that so everybody?
So every time there's a claim that falls over $500,000, our stop loss insurance comes in. And then anything after that, it's taken over by the insurance. Yes, ma'am. Moving forward, we have the roads impact fee project funds. As we all know, the impact fees are only set for growth. This one is in particular for the roads. As we know, transportation carries the larger volume of projects. Now, at $88.2 million budget, this fund, and if you look into the reserves, you can see the capital reserves goes along with what our discussion has been on setting aside for inflationary factor. So as you walk through this, if you look through these pages, then you can see that. Moving to the next fund is the Infrastructure Sales Tax Operating and Capital Projects Fund. As you know, we have 4 categories, and then within it we have a lot of subcategories within it. At an $82.5 million budget, the infrastructure sales tax is a unique and very restrictive use of funds, meaning you cannot use it for just any purpose. There's unique purposes for it. And we have to bring it, there's a committee set forth so that we can, they can, set all the, verify that what the uses that are being used for are the right ones based on all of our ordinances and resolutions. As we move along with the Transportation Trust Fund, at .4036 mil, this fund represents $71.7 million in the budget. And this fund is in charge of, there's multiple departments that are invested inside this Transportation Trust Fund, which would be County Administration, Public Works, Property Management in itself. It has been established in previous years to set several set-asides within the Transportation Trust Fund, right-of-ways, and then the contracted shell placement has already been placed directly in the unit, in the accounts themselves, so that's why you don't see that number in 23.
Commissioner Baugh.
Sheila, I'm sorry, just a quick question.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just don't remember. I'm seeing down county administration for FY23, 150. And then I see that it was also there for in 21 and 22, and I don't remember what that's for. Can you help me with that? I just don't recall it.
The alignment of those two lines should have been, but our system is a little bit archaic, so we're trying to fix these gyrations of how it aligns it. But this one in county administration, based on the new reorganizations that we've had of all of our departments, I believe this one has to do with the economic development side of it. I will confirm, but I think that's what that is. Economic development.
The former Rio.
The former Rio.
The economic development and redeveloped portion that was moved over to administration. They had an area within the transportation fund, and it probably has to do with the Southwest TIF. Over in the TIF, in the CRA. We'll verify it for you, but I think that's where it came from.
So that, in other words, that's where the money's going to start coming from now, is from the transportation fund, since the CRA is up over. Is that what you mean?
No, the CRAs are all in the general fund. Transportation Trust Fund doesn't handle the CRAs at all, funding.
I think it was a small balance that was in the transportation portion of Rio when it was dissolved and economic development came over to administration. But we'll verify for you.
We'll verify and come back and all right, so moving on from the Transportation Trust Fund, then we have the Tourist Development Tax Fund. As we all recall, the Tourist Development Tax Fund is, the county has 5 pennies, levies 5 pennies, of which 4 stays in the Tourist Development Tax. 1 goes into the Beach Erosion Fund for the beaches. At a budget of $48.6 million, this fund is by far one of the ones that have grown the largest at approximately 40% increase in collections from the previous year. If I move to the next one, would be the Highway Capital Projects Fund. These ones are at a budget for $40.5 million. These projects, this fund is a couple of funds, and they are inclusive of all the bond funds that we have, the credit line that we have taken, and any other fund that is related to highways and roads on the capital improvement side.
Hold on, Commissioner Whitmore has another question.
What about the 20 million, the 10 and 10 we got from the state? Is that in this or no? I saw the 40 million, the line of credit, but we also, right guys, we received 10 and 10 the last 2 years. Is that in somewhere in here or no?
I don't think it's in this fund.
But we have it somewhere?
Yes. Yes, we do, and I'll bring it tomorrow with a point of of itemizing it. All right. This completes tier 1 of it, and this kind of like basically gives you a roadmap of how to understand and interpret all of these funds in itself. I can keep on going, commissioners, if you wish, if it's.
I don't see any questions on the board, so let's continue on.
I think the implication, unless I'm wrong, is this was supposed to be an idea of how we can review this. So you went through all the tier 1 because that makes up a vast majority. You're asking, do we want to continue
If you
doing
wanna
the same
continue
process or just call it a day and go home and read your stuff?
Yeah, and if you, commissioners, if
Taught
you,
us how to look at it, and that was the intent.
if you look at I think it's the last tab in your book, the fund balance tab, that's when you can go through it in detail based on the explanation.
Commissioner Whitmore has another question.
Yeah, I have a question. When is the time that we can talk about, like, people have come to us for funding for various things, and they've met with various deputies and administrator and us, but we need to get them an answer one way or the other. So when does that come, that we can talk about it?
Is it on capital projects or?
Well, yeah, actually, okay.
That's
And I
Wednesday, CIP's Wednesday or
It's not,
tomorrow?
it's not in the CIP, though. That's why it's an organization asking, and I didn't know when to bring that up because it's so structured.
But is it a CIP request? Is the
Yeah,
question.
well, I'll tell you what it is because it probably won't go, but it's Feeding Tampa Bay. They met with all of us, and they wanted funding. Vanessa's already shaking her head.
Feeding
But,
little tummies.
They met with all of us about all the counties regionally are trying to put money in for a distribution center, and I keep waiting. I know he met with Scott, he met with Bob, he's met with me, he's met with other commissioners, but I don't know what to tell him, and he keeps asking. I think I know the answer, but I just need to be able to do customer service.
I think tomorrow is the appropriate time.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll bring it up
that was
tomorrow.
CIP, and then I do believe one of their requests was for ARP funds, and you'll be taking up ARP funds again. Yep.
And I also know that the foundation Feeding Little Tummies as well are coming through the Children's Board, Advisory Board, to request additional funding for that. So that has been brought forward to our attention, and
In Community and Veteran Services.
yeah,
Yep.
yes.
And Mr. Chair, that ends our walkthrough of how to read the fund balance section of the budget.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to staff as well. Commissioners, are there any additional questions before we adjourn? Okay, we're adjourned.
Thank you.